Hello, I'd like to welcome everyone to the Northeast Regional Advisory Council meeting for November 17th, 2022. I'm Brett Prevedel, and I'm the current chair of this board, and I'll take a moment to let the board members introduce themselves and who they represent. Tim, would you start, please?
Tim McNashel with the Ute Indian Tribe.
Natasha Haddon with U.S. Forest Service.
Jeff Taniguchi, sportsman.
Mallory Harrison, landowners.
Eric Major, public at large.
Richie Anderson, agriculture.
Dusty Carpenter, BLM.
And Joe Arnold, I don't believe he's logged on yet. Joe will be participating, and he also represents public at large.
Joe just joined.
And Joe, can you hear me? So hello, Joe. Can you hear me all right? Looks like he's in a car. All right, I'll introduce Joe Arnold as a member of the RAC. Miles, would you mind introducing yourself?
Yes, I'm Miles Hamburg. I'm the regional supervisor for the Northeast region, Division of Wildlife.
I'd also like to welcome Randy Durth from the Wildlife Board and Carl Hurst from the Wildlife Board, who has joined us online. And all the public, thank you for coming. And I hope you feel welcome and comfortable making comments. And thank you for the division personnel for all their work to set up this meeting, and a lot of travel for the ones that traveled in from out of town. With that, we'll start. I was looking at the agenda, and it tends to get really long on this meeting with the elk discussion. Is there any landowners or public that are here for that item number 9, which is the CWMU and landowner permit recommendations? Okay, you're out of luck, Chad. You have to be last still. I was going to move it up just to save somebody having to wait through the whole thing. But if that's not the case, then I will ask for a motion and approval of the agenda for this evening.
Make a motion to approve.
Was that?
I'll second it.
And a second from Jeff. All in favor? Joe, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll look for a motion to approve last meeting's minutes.
I'll make the motion to approve last meeting's minutes.
I'll second.
Motion by Jeff, second by Mallory. All in favor?
Aye.
Joe?
Yes.
Thank you. With that, I don't think I got here with my paper on the Wildlife Board meeting update. I'm going to need to call that up. We'll go to number 4 and give Miles a moment to give a regional update, and then I will get the Wildlife Board update, and we'll do that a little bit out of order.
Okay, yeah, I'll give just a brief update for the what's going on in the Northeast region. I plan on keeping my remarks pretty brief tonight, considering that this is a big agenda, and wanted to definitely leave time for the discussion on this agenda item. But first of all, I just want to introduce Dallin Christensen, sitting back here. He's our new wildlife program manager. He's replacing Dax Mangus, who has transferred into our big game coordinator position here in a statewide position. So Dallin's our wildlife manager, and I'm sure you'll have opportunities to interact with him here in the future. We also have a few biologist positions we're working on filling. We have a wildlife biologist for the North Slope that we hope to have filled the next few days. In addition, we've been filling some of our native aquatics biologist positions. We just hired Sadie Hyder. She just started yesterday working on some of our native aquatics issues. We also have a couple of other positions coming up in our native aquatics program. So we're working on restaffing right now in some of those areas. This time of year, our wildlife biologists are really busy. We have the fall postseason classification they're starting to work on right away, and determining buck-doe ratios and kind of our fawn pre-winter fawn classification numbers really help us to be able to incorporate that information into our future hunt recommendations. So very important data to collect for that management. In addition, a wildlife capture season is going to be starting here just at the end of the month. We'll be capturing deer, elk, bison, and some mountain goats on the Uintas this fall and winter. And a lot of that, some of those studies are migration initiative studies to get a better idea of some of our migration paths for some of these species, but others like deer on the South Slope, it's really valuable to establish some survival rates and baselines for managing deer in this region. So there'll be capture work going on in the Book Cliffs, the South Slope, and also over on the Wasatch East area this fall. So for those RAC members that may want to participate and come out, you're more than welcome to. So certainly reach out to me or one of our biologists or Dallin and come out and help on those. I guess another thing I wanted to mention is Flaming Gorge continues to drop in elevation in the water. Anvil boat ramp just into Wyoming is now not usable, and part of the buckboard ramp is now exposed as of this week as well. The latest DWR study is talking about the lake dropping another 4 to 6 feet by early next summer. If this trend continues, we'll continue to see impacts to boat ramps on Flaming Gorge moving forward. So anyhow, it's kind of depressing, but hopefully we get a decent winter to help us out with some water situations. With that, some of our kokanee spawning efforts this year, we came up short on getting our egg quotas for spawning kokanee to put in the hatchery system. So unfortunately, that's going to impact our kokanee angling for the next few years as those age classes will be short of those in some of our waters around the state. So anyhow, I think that was the bulk of my update for tonight. So I turn the time back over to Brett. I think he's still trying to pull that up. So
If we can get the internet to work, I'll do it. If not, we'll move to the other items. It's still just I've got it just in time. An update on the Wildlife Board. Last time was fairly quiet. Wildlife Board, they moved to approve the fishing regulations as presented by the division. Then we discussed a management plan for the bison on the Henry Mountains, and that was accepted as presented. There was some motions made for the landowner association rules. They have a committee, and they directed the landowner association committee to look at a few of the rules and bring them back for a recommendation to the Wildlife Board. The conservation permit audit was accepted as presented. There was an approval of a request to possess a prohibited species. And it was recommended by the division that that be approved, and the Wildlife Board did approve that on a specific individual that had I don't even remember what the species was, do you? Anyway, there's a process that if it's illegal to possess a certain animal, if it's for educational purposes or a valid purpose, you can petition to the division, and that was approved. And that's about all that was on the agenda last time. So it was a fairly quiet meeting, and everything went through pretty smoothly. And with that, we'll move on to the next item, which is the statewide elk management plan and rules 657-5 and 657-62. I've asked Dax to give it's a large plan, but Dax is going to just kind of hit the high spots, and then we'll delve into the specifics of the plan. Please introduce yourself also, Dax.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dax Mangus, probably pretty familiar. Most of you guys remember me. I've been here in the region for the last 15 years, but I'm now the big game program coordinator out of Salt Lake. The presentation for this was 53 minutes long. So if you made it through the whole presentation on YouTube, good job. There's a lot of material here, and there was a lot of work that went into this by a pretty large committee that met multiple times over months and a lot of hours. So to maybe just give a kind of a quick introduction, and then we can jump into questions or details. We just had been seeing a huge increase in demand, especially for any bull hunting, for general season elk hunting opportunities. Continue to see increase in point creep for limited entry elk hunting opportunities, and our statewide management plan was up for renewal. We had made a couple recommendations the last couple years to make some changes, and those recommendations did not pass through the public process, and we were directed to try to fix some of those issues, which was really addressing that demand issue for the general season elk hunting through the plan. So this committee sat down, worked through the plan. The plan has a section on habitat management, a section on population management, and then a section on recreation, and the hunting stuff is contained within the recreation portion of the plan. The habitat portion of the plan, really there's a ton of great habitat work going on with the division, with partners and landowners, and the committee just really looked at that and made a couple changes, a couple suggestions here and there, but kind of the idea, if it's not broken, don't fix it. That's working well. Added some strategies in the population portion of the plan to try to help, and specifically to this region, some of the strategies had to do with how do we manage elk populations that spend a lot of their time living across multiple jurisdictions, whether it's a state line or the tribal boundaries, that type of thing, to try to give us some more tools and some more flexibility to work to best manage those types of elk populations. A few tools for landowners in there. And then the recreation portion, so the hunting part, is probably where we spent the bulk of our time working on this committee, and that's where the bulk of the change comes from, and where most of the discussion has been so far in the meeting. So within the general season segment of the elk plan, we're recommending some changes on the any bull, the any legal weapon or rifle, any bull season, shortening it from one long season to two slightly shorter seasons, 2 7-day seasons instead of 1 13-day season. Recommending some changes to the permit numbers and capping the multi-season permits. Doing the same with the spike unit, so also capping the multi-season permits in the spike hunting. And then for general season, we recommended expanding youth opportunities for general season elk hunting. And then in the limited entry portion, looking at limited entry elk hunting, we've recommended strategies with regard to the age class objectives, the season dates and lengths, the permit splits, and I think that's about it. So there's a lot of changes. I probably glossed over, missed some things. I'm happy to dive into more detail or go through whatever that will be helpful to facilitate a good discussion.
Thanks, Dax. For the public, the process will be that we will have questions from the RAC to the division to clarify items. There will be an opportunity to ask questions from the public. You'll be asked to stand up and speak at the mic and state your name. Then we'll have comments from the RAC regarding any of the issues on the elk management plan. And then if you want to speak comments from the public, you need to fill out a green card. You'll have 3 minutes approximately to speak. And we want to make sure that you know that, everyone's got an opinion and they're trying to do what's in the best interest of everyone. And so we need to keep all the comments not personal and civil, and you're welcome to disagree or agree, but we would prefer to just have you state your position and then move on. I'll start it off just by saying, the Elk Committee was a fairly large, diverse committee, and they spent 80 hours. Is that something around 80 hours on this topic? And so we had a member, Daniel Davis, who wasn't able to be with us tonight from the RAC, from the Northeast RAC, that was on the Elk Committee. He also represents Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation.
If I could, Brett, so, Daniel represented this RAC and the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. We also have here tonight, we've got Bob Christensen, who a previous RAC member from Northeastern Region RAC and who represented the Forest Service. Then we've got Kevin Adamson here as well this evening, who was on the committee, who represented the Utah Archery Association. And I just can't thank all the folks enough that spent a lot of time. It was probably just the time in the meetings was probably 80 hours. And then there was a lot of other travel time for a lot of folks too. Bob, how many hours did you spend driving back and forth to meetings in Provo? So we sure appreciate those folks. And we did have representation from this region and appreciated having that.
Okay. And so where I'm going with that is there was a lot of time, and a lot of the proposals you see maybe they're a compromise, or maybe there's a give and take in that process. I'm sure there was a lot of it. And so we may like a certain aspect or not, but this is not an opportunity for us to have a smorgasbord of ideas and pick them. But with that said, we're here to provide guidance to the Wildlife Board. And if there's items in there that we feel miss the point or need tweaked, or if we have better ideas, then we want to get them on the table, but not as an overhaul of the committee's work. So with that,
Brett, I thought of one other thing I forgot to mention. Okay. We did notice after we submitted all the plan to the RAC packet, we had inadvertently left off the LaSalle Mountains unit on the map that showed the spike units in the state. That's been a spike bull, general season spike bull unit for years and years and years. It was just an oversight. We included the LaSalle Dolores Triangle, but not the LaSalle Mountains. So that's the division recommendation, to keep LaSalle Mountains as a spike unit.
Okay.
I'll just jump in here real quick. There are a few seats scattered in here for anybody that might be standing outside. If you want to come in, there's a few of those, and then you can also bring your green cards up. The other thing I just want to make sure everybody in the room realizes, these discs with the blue light, they actually are microphones, and they're pretty sensitive. So, anything you may say may be picked up, and that could affect just the audio recording and things for our meetings. So just keep that in mind as well.
And I will add just one more point. This is a 10-year plan. It's dealing with the structure of the elk hunt, and it does have some numbers in it with the caps of permits, but typically permits are addressed on an annual basis in the spring after we see what type of winter we have. And so we're not really talking, we are talking permit numbers on the general season and cap numbers, but we're not talking numbers of permits tonight. We're talking about hunt strategies. So with that, I would open up any questions that the RAC members have for Dax or any other DWR personnel.
It's a long presentation, a lot of stuff. Don't be afraid to ask a question.
Go ahead, Rich.
Dax, was there a survey conducted prior to the elk committee forming on just a general survey on hunters as far as what they wanted to see, as far as what I'm getting at is maybe quality of hunt versus quantity of hunt?
Yes. So we did a public survey as part of the elk plan process. Surveyed, it was a little over 9,000 hunters. About half of those were folks who had applied for, drawn limited entry elk tags in the previous, I think we went back 6 years because of waiting period on limited entry. And then the other half, or a little bit less than half, were general season hunters who had purchased the general season elk tag, a spike tag, or an any bull tag. And the results of the survey were really split. We asked a lot of questions trying to gauge, what do folks want? Do folks want to hunt less often? What trade-offs do they want to make? Do they want to perhaps hunt less often and have hunts that are maybe less crowded, or where we have higher bull to cow ratios, or more bulls or older bulls? Or do they want to hunt more often and maybe the hunts are more difficult and there's fewer bulls, younger bulls? And the results really came back really split on the polls to where pretty much hunters want more of everything, everywhere, all the time. And so, and that is kind of hard, because it's kind of hard to give everybody more of everything, everywhere, all the time. But that was kind of became one of the themes for this committee, is how can we maintain the quality elk hunting that we have, where we have quality, but still find ways to expand opportunity. So that kind of became the mantra of this committee was, let's maintain quality and increase opportunity. And that takes a little bit, some outside the box thinking, and there's some trade-offs here and there, but that really was what we tried to do, because there really wasn't clear direction from the public with regard to, do most people want to hunt more often on, lower quality with, when I say quality in regards to, older, higher bull ratios, older bulls, bigger bulls, or do they want more opportunity? And it was really split.
Dax, Jeff Taniguchi, sportsman. This is one of those areas that no matter what, you're going to make people mad. I understand that. And I also understand how much time and effort has went into this. That's just my comment. I've been on enough committees to understand that you can't satisfy everybody. And sometimes it's just a matter of what concessions can be made. And so I understand and appreciate your hard work and the proposal that you gave. And I was one of those who sat through your 50 some odd.
Thank you, and I'm sorry. Thanks a lot for those comments, Jeff. And one of the things we looked at, have you ever eaten at the Cheesecake Factory? Ever seen how thick the menu is at the Cheesecake Factory? So we looked at this almost kind of like, within the world of elk hunting, it's kind of like a menu, and it's kind of like the Cheesecake Factory menu. We've got everything from, limited entry units managed for the oldest age class of bulls, different age, and with in an early September rifle hunt to, a recommendation for an unlimited any bull season. And there's a lot of options in between: the hams hunts, muzzleloader hunts, rifle hunts that may be earlier or later, or late archery hunt. So we kind of tried to make a Cheesecake Factory menu for elk hunting, and hopefully there's something for everyone. But we also recognize that not everything is for everyone. There may be some people that see some of these hunts and some of these recommendations and think to themselves, wow, that hunt sounds horrible. I would never want that hunt. And that's fair. There are some people who are like, I would never want to wait 25 years to hunt with a rifle in September. I'd much rather hunt, every single year, or every 7 years with a bow on a unit for a lower age objective. And vice versa. There's people who look at a over-the-counter any bull hunt and might say, that hunt sounds like a nightmare. I'd never want to hunt that hunt. And we realize that not every hunt is for everyone, but hopefully there is something for everyone. It's the Cheesecake Factory menu, so. Hopefully that's not a copyright infringement or anything.
The comments that we've received, a lot of comments from the public, and we appreciate the comments we get. As Dax alluded to, there were not very many comments that didn't have a strong opinion, agree or disagree. And so this was probably about as evenly divided topic as we've seen. And very few people were indifferent. Almost everybody cared a lot, one way or the other. So I'm going to I've summarized, not scientifically, but just groups of comments we got in. I'm just going to put you on the spot and try to get a little bit of a picture of what happened in the committee. So eliminating the hams, the 3 large hams hunt areas, and incorporating them into the general season. The one out here that we get a lot of comments on is anthro. Everybody was fairly happy with the previous compromise of it being a hams hunt. Everybody that commented, at least. Could you allude to the rationale between putting them in the general season?
Yeah, and you bring up a great point, Brett. Even within this committee, there was really strong opinions, and there was some compromise that took place, and we had a few meetings that were pretty intense, some of them, and we feel good about the product that we're putting forward. One of the big pushes, probably the biggest spike in increase in demand, was for any bull hunting. From the last plan cycle 7 years ago till this one, that was probably the single biggest change. That, this increase in point creep for limited entry hunting, that has kind of followed a trend line, maybe a little bit of a spike during the COVID years when a lot of people tried to do stuff in the outdoors more, but it's been kind of a consistent trend. But the demand for any bull hunting really just shot through the roof in 2020 and hasn't backed off. It just continued. Those permits sell out in 6 hours, whereas 7 years ago at the beginning of the last plan cycle, you could buy your tag, up until a week or two before the hunt. You could probably still buy a tag. And so finding ways to expand any bull hunting opportunity was a high priority for the committee. And so one of the exercises we went through was to look at all the different units in the state to identify areas or entire units or individual areas that were perhaps underutilized or that weren't performing well in the limited entry scheme. And by not performing well, I mean they had low success rates, low hunter satisfaction, areas that typically had lower elk densities or large refuge areas where elk could get away from hunters. One of the things we looked at was return rate of permits that got returned before folks who draw and then return their permits before the hunts. And then again, like underutilized areas or areas where we had a lot of conflict or depredation problems. And so we went through and looked and identified different units and areas across the state. Some of those happened to be hams units that had previously been recommended to get converted to any bull units, but in the board, they compromised and made them the hams units, where we have a September archery hunt and then a later season where you can use hams as an acronym for handgun, archery, muzzleloader, and shotgun. So shorter range weapons without optics. But when we looked at the overall demand for the hams hunts in our applicant pool of folks that apply for limited entry elk permits, applicants for hams hunts makes up about 1% of our applicants. And so the hams hunts did represent more opportunity than managing like our traditional limited entry units, but we had just still relatively poor performance from a limited entry perspective on the hams hunts and low demand for those units. So when we went through that exercise to identify units, again, some of those hams units came up, like the box elder sawtooth was one, the anthro, the ochre Stansberries, and the deep creeks. Those were units that for the last 2-3 years have been managed as hams units, and we're recommending converting those to any bull units.
With the main goal of dispersing hunters and limiting crowding?
So the recommendation we're making, and I guess to back up to the survey, there was one theme in the survey that came through pretty resoundingly. The hunters didn't like feeling crowded. And so to expand any bull hunting opportunity, that was, again, a big part of why we wanted to identify additional areas. This region, the Uintas, gets the lion's share, the majority of our any bull hunters hunt the Uintas. It's a big area. It has fairly large elk population. It also has a lot of refuge areas and places, wilderness or tribal grounds where the elk, can go and get away from public hunters. But we wanted to try to create some additional areas where, maybe some of the folks that are hunting the Uintas now can disperse and hunt in some of these other spots. The recommendation adds just like, I think it's 3.2 million acres worth of additional any bull lands that would be accessible. That excludes tribal grounds or military installation grounds that would be available for hunters if it goes through.
Thank you. RAC members, go ahead and jump in with, I've got a little list here, but you're welcome to jump in if you have a question.
I'll jump in. Eric Major. I was wondering what, in terms of like looking at the numbers and what your estimates would be. I know as I've talked to people, a concern was about the unlimited OTC second rifle or the later rifle season. But I kind of wonder, how many do we actually estimate would buy that permit? Have you done an estimate on that?
So it's hard to predict exactly. It depends a little bit. Looking at the demand curve when the permits have gone on sale, when we had our servers were functioning well, based on some analysis of that demand curve, they anticipated in the low 20,000s. We probably would have sold the tag to everyone who wanted it in the first couple days. With any bull permits, we're set at 17,500. So that would have, really hit the bulk of that demand curve of everyone who was trying to buy, early on. Looking at the last 3 years, there was about 34,000 individuals, unique individuals that purchased any bull permits. But, and some of those folks are, here for a year and then out, in and out. But the demand curve analysis, looking at when it went on sale, it was probably in the mid to low 20s. Is that right, Lindy? So.
And then adding to that, how many are residents and non-residents?
So, Lindy, do you want to come all this way and not talk, or do you want to come up and I've got Lindy Varney here with
She had
me
the numbers.
from licensing,
awesome.
and I'll let Lindy answer that.
So Lindy Varney, I'm the licensing coordinator. I drove a long way just to get up for this question, so thank you. No, so on our any bull permits, about 5% of the quota went to non-residents, so that's 905 permits that non-residents purchased. For our spike, it's only 2%, so like 330 non-residents purchased those permits. So it's a very low number. Typically, we do a 90-10 split through the draw, so our non-residents are definitely not hitting that 10% that we normally offer through a draw.
So I know that's been one concern. I've hunted out of state too, and there's going to be that demand as well. And I didn't know how much, what numbers those would be.
Yeah, relatively they're pretty low. If you look at our archery, something to compare, just because our archery are unlimited,
Right.
and we do hit about the 10% quota but it's also a very long season. A lot of non-residents say they can make it because it is, 5 weeks versus a 9-day hunt. So
the numbers are saying that we're not going to get 20,000 non-residents
No.
coming and buying permits, right?
no, I don't believe we would. So we don't have that many non-residents. Like Dax mentioned, we had around 34,000 unique individuals in the last 3 years. 20,000 of them would have to be non-residents, which they're not. So
Perfect, thank you.
Could I ask a question to Dax? What's the success rate on the unlimited, on the any bull?
Any bull, it's typically in the teens, 15, 17%. It's kind of, for the any bull, any legal weapon season, kind of over years, it's in the teens typically.
So along those lines, my other question was, if you look at the structure of, this past year, the last couple of years, and how many elk were taken, and then you put in your models what this new plan would project, maybe speak to that.
Yeah, and it's a little hard to predict. I looked at some of the numbers on, had our biometrician in Salt Lake run some of the numbers for me, looking at how many days successful hunters had harvested. And we ran the numbers from, she ran the numbers, I didn't do it. So I can't take credit for her work. Our biometrician is really good. Between 2014 and 2020, within the first 7 days, and we're proposing a 7-day season, it's over 86% of the harvest occurs. Well, and I guess I've got to be precise there. we know, we have hunters report how many days they hunt, not exactly which day they hunt. So it is possible that some hunters hunted some days, came home, took a break for a few days, and then hunted a few more days. So 86% of the successful hunters harvested their elk within 7 days of hunting. Those may not have been consecutive days. So only about 14% of hunters that harvested elk hunted more than 7 days. We look at elk movements, especially like in the Uintas and on a lot of the Any Bull units. After kind of that initial, those first few days of hunting pressure, the percentage of hunters that are harvesting after those days seems to really go down, and elk availability seems to get a lot harder. And we see, on the South Slope, for example, a lot of elk move on to tribal ground, after the first few days of that rifle hunt. And on some other units in the state, we see the same thing with, maybe large areas of private land or that type of thing. So we do anticipate that harvest on that second season will be substantially less. Success rates will probably be less, and we think we'll harvest fewer elk on that season. It should be a pretty darn tough hunt.
Maybe I'll just add on that. That was a very consistent trend in the comments, that there was a concern that there would be a huge crowd in the second hunt and they would kill or harvest so many elk that it would damage the herd. That was a trend on the comments we received. And I guess personally share that concern, because I know how hard it is to hunt the second week. The other one that was consistent throughout was the multi-season tags. If you have a multi-season tag, it's the neatest thing you've ever had. And if you don't have one, you don't like it, because they get more opportunity. So with that said, why did the committee recommend that they could get an additional season with the multi-season tags and hunt all 4?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And we had a lot of discussion about the multi-season tags in the committee, and it really went back and forth. And for a minute there, I thought we were going to perhaps recommend eliminating the multi-season permits, but they're really popular. A lot of people really like them. And ultimately it was kind of something of a compromise in the committee, and said, well, rather than eliminate them or let them continue to be as they are, where potentially all of our quota could be sold as multi-season permits, let's cap it at where we were last year. So that's where the 7,500 and 4,500 caps come on the Any Bull and on the Spike quotas. That's approximately how many multi-season permits we sold last year. So that's the recommendation, is to kind of cap it there. And then with regard to letting them hunt specifically on the Any Bull, if they could hunt both rifle seasons or just one, I think just in the name of simplicity, we just said, okay, if you have multi-season, that means you can hunt all the seasons. We're not going to change it. We'll just leave it how it is. That was, and there's pros and cons to doing it different ways, but that's kind of where we were coming from on it. Just keep it simple and just keep it kind of how it was.
Thank you. Many comments suggested just leave them with the 3 hunts they have now and not let them hunt the second season, which tied in with that concern of a rush of people with the unlimited quota, feeling that would take 7,500 of them off the top. Just so the public, that's what I'm referring to. That's what I heard from the public. Okay, RAC members, do you have other questions?
I've got another question. Dax, on the disease portion of the management plan, was the state vet's office consulted, and did they have input into that language?
So we have a wildlife veterinarian that works for the Division of Wildlife, and she looked at that and gave us some input on the language. And I know she communicates regularly with the state vet, but I don't know if we didn't send this specifically to the state vet per se. So we ran it past the division's vet.
Okay, I'll have a comment on that later.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yes, Joe Arnold representing the public. Dax, how do you perceive the point creep how many limited entry areas are we proposing taking out of limited entry and putting into the general? And how will that address people with 15 points currently, like myself, that now takes 22 if we're condensing or have less opportunity for limited entry?
Yeah, that's a great question, because we are giving up some limited entry hunts by converting some of those limited entry units to any bull. But like I mentioned, again, they're units where we have relatively low permit numbers and relatively low satisfaction within the limited entry elk hunting world. And this whole plan is kind of a package deal. All the parts, we tried to design it so that all the parts kind of build on each other. As we took a few units out of limited entry to address that demand for any bull, we also at the same time are recommending some pretty substantial changes within the limited entry side of the thing, of the plan, where we're changing the age classes on our 2 oldest age classes. And then we're also recommending some changes to some of the season dates and then the permit splits within the different weapon types. And so those changes should create, should more than offset the permits that we give up by converting some of those units to any bull. But it is a little bit of a trade-off. You do lose some limited entry hunting opportunity there, but we felt like there was enough demand and need within the any bull world. That was one way we could expand that any bull opportunity without giving up, our better performing and our limited entry units that had the most potential to help us address limited entry point creep. So it's something of a trade-off, but the net end result should give us more limited entry permits.
So you don't anticipate something that would take 16 points this year to draw to going to 22 plus next year?
That may be the case if you're putting in for a September rifle hunt on one of the higher age class units. It may jump because we are recommending changing the split within the weapon types. But over time, it should get better. And if hunters are willing to hunt during maybe some of the less desirable any legal weapon seasons rather than that September season, or willing to hunt with archery equipment or a muzzleloader, then I think, or willing to hunt some of the units that aren't managed for the highest age objectives, the opportunity and the odds should get better. The odds may get worse for some of those September rifle rut hunts.
You're proposing going earlier than the rut?
Well, if we want to jump to what we recommended with regard to season dates and weapon splits and limited entry, we recommended bumping the limited entry archery elk hunt to start 4 days later and end 4 days later. Currently, that hunt, as soon as it ends, we start the 9-day September rifle rut hunt. It's kind of the holy grail of elk hunting in Utah. We do more rifle rut hunting in September in Utah than any other Western state. And depending on who you ask, that's incredible. And it's the holy grail of elk hunting. Or some folks, and there were a lot of folks that I've heard from the public and some on the committee that felt that way. And then I've heard from a lot of folks who felt like we have no business hunting big bulls during the rut with the rifle. That's when the archery hunters should be out. And so there's a lot of back and forth on that. Like I said, Utah, we do more rifle rut hunting than any other state. And ultimately, the recommendation that we're bringing forward is something of a compromise, where we're maintaining that September rifle rut hunt, if you want to call it that, but shortening it to just 5 days instead of 9. And so the archery hunt starts 4 days later and runs 4 days later. So those 4 days that the rifle hunters would be giving up would go to the archery hunters. And then within the weapon splits, so we didn't change the overall weapon splits in the plan for limited entry. It's been 25% of the permits go to archery hunters, 15% go to muzzleloader hunters, and 60% go to rifle hunters. But within that 60%, we changed the allocation. So it would be only 10% of the overall permits would go to that September rifle rut hunt. So we're changing the season date, recommending changing the season dates to make that hunt a little bit shorter, with giving those extra days to the archery hunters instead, just because that's where the most demand to hunt elk is during that September timeframe, and also reducing the overall percentage of permits that would be allocated to that September hunt. So we're keeping that kind of holy grail hunt for some folks, rather than completely eliminating it, but it's shorter and there'll be fewer permits in it. So draw odds will probably get harder for that hunt, but I think they'll get easier for a lot of the other hunts.
Do you anticipate opportunity only being available for a year or two as we open up? And just going to the Book Cliffs, which you know very well, the Book Cliffs being one of a top elk unit, maybe 15 years ago, 10 years ago. I know we've discussed it several times on mouths to feed and so forth, but I can see opportunity for next year and maybe the following year, but are you worried about, decline from a biological standpoint further out with more and more focus on opportunity and less on quality?
So just to make sure we're clear, so we're recommending just a small portion on the southwest corner of the Book Cliffs unit be converted to any bull. It's the Floyd Canyon area, super remote, pretty rugged country. If you've taken the trailhead, the road that goes up to the South Roadless Trailhead up through Thompson Springs and up Sago, it's pretty much from that west over to the river, and I-70 being on the south, and then the divide, the drainage divide being the north boundary. So it's just one little chunk. The rest of the Book Cliffs, we're still planning to manage it as a limited entry unit, managed to an age class. So just to clear that one up. And then I guess to get to the question, are these new any bull units, are they only going to provide opportunity for a short period of time and then they'll be shot out and there'll be no elk left and there won't be any opportunity there anymore? There will be probably, and we've seen this in the past, like for example, when the Oak Creek unit went to any bull, first year or two, there definitely was a lot of pressure. There were more bulls there. There was kind of a surplus of bulls built up based on the fact that it was managed as a limited entry unit. And those bulls, a lot of them got harvested or left. And then after that, it kind of finds an equilibrium and ends up being a lot like the rest of our any bull units all around the state. So there probably will be an initial flush of a couple years on some of these units if they get converted to any bull, where they'll have better than average any bull hunting on them and probably some pretty intense pressure. And then stuff will even out. They'll find an equilibrium, and it'll be a lot more like what our any bull hunting is, already in most of the units in the state. And folks that have hunted the any bull know, it can be a pretty darn tough hunt. It's a cool opportunity to be able to have on a regular basis. And Dallin, your new manager, he killed a 320 bull on the South Slope last year, right where Bob hunts, if you want to know. If you can ask those guys. But, and that's the exception to the rule. That's definitely the exception to the rule. But there are nice bulls harvested on any bull units. Success rates are relatively low. It's a hard hunt, and it's not the norm. But, and a lot of folks harvest younger bulls on those units too. So there'll be an initial flush, and then it'll level out. It'll find an equilibrium. So I hope that answers you, Joe, and hopefully that clears up if there was confusion about what we're recommending in the Book Cliffs, just to know it's just a little corner of the Book Cliffs. And we did the same thing on the Nebo unit. There's a little piece, the Moroni Hills, and then a little piece at the south end of the Nebo unit, the Valley Mountains, where it's kind of the same thing. We didn't touch the main, like Mount Nebo and the Sandpitch Mountains portion of the Nebo. It's just a couple little smaller pieces of it that were underutilized or where we had issues with depredation on private lands.
Yeah, thank you, Dax. Yeah, I wasn't clear on the boundaries on the Book Cliffs. Thank you.
Okay, Dax, next one on my list that had a lot of comments. Would you explain the rationale on the archery bull and cow permits?
Yeah, this one's been interesting through the public process. We got a lot of feedback here. Currently, the general season archery elk hunt is it's unlimited over the counter. It's an either sex permit, so general season archery elk hunters can harvest a bull or a cow. They can hunt on any bull or spike units. They just have to follow whatever the applicable season dates and regulations are. If they're on a spike unit, they've got to harvest a spike. If they're on an any bull unit, they can harvest any bull. And we recommended changing that to a bull-only permit, continuing to have an unlimited over-the-counter archery elk permit, but have it just be a bull permit. But then also recommending, and we would recommend this in the spring when the antlerless recommendations come around, having an unlimited archery antlerless elk permit with the same season dates, where it would be, if you're on an any bull unit, you can hunt during that with that antlerless permit during the dates of the any bull hunt. If you're on a spike unit, you could archery hunt antlerless elk during the dates on the spike units. And that the rationale behind that, there was a couple reasons. One of them, and this is interesting because I think some of us looked at it as an expansion of archery hunting opportunity, where an archer would be able to have both tags and could potentially harvest both a bull and a cow every year. Whereas right now it's either or. So if you're out on the archery hunt and you see a cow on the first day and you're close to the road and you think, man, I'd like to take some meat home and then come back and keep hunting for bulls. If you had both tags, you could. Whereas right now, you're going to have to decide, do I want to harvest the cow and be done, or do I pass the cow and keep hunting for a bull? So from that point of view, we looked at it as an expansion of opportunity. We also looked at it as a way to get hunters to prioritize and choose what was most important to them. And part of the recommendation also was to address point creep for antlerless elk permits. There's a ton of demand to hunt elk, whether that's bulls or cows. Lindy, we had 40-something thousand, almost 48,000 applicants for antlerless elk permits last year. And there's getting to be more and more antlerless elk units and hunts that take 4, 5, 6 plus preference points to draw. So folks are waiting, 6 years in between antlerless elk hunts, 7 years in between antlerless elk hunts on some hunts. So the recommendation was, let's give more opportunity to archers, but make them choose. You can't have your cake and eat it too. If you want to hunt cows every year, hunt cows every year, but you can't hunt cows every year and build preference points and put in for the draw for cow tags too. That could help us address point creep, and still have that opportunity available for archers that want to go out and hunt. But we have heard a lot of feedback from folks that see it as a loss of opportunity because they liked either sex and they like being able to hunt cows and still build antlerless preference points every year. So. And I guess I'd also add, we do really value and appreciate the harvest, especially antlerless harvest by archery hunters. Another thing we're focused on in this plan is trying to find ways to influence elk distribution to make more elk available to more people for more time. And we've learned a lot through some of the GPS collar studies and some of the things we did during the last plan cycle on how elk respond to hunting pressure and how we can hunt them more surgically, more strategically in order to have favorable elk distributions and not just have all of our elk, immediately run to refuge areas or really difficult to access areas. And archery harvest is a great method for that. Elk absolutely respond to hunting pressure, and they do respond to archery hunting pressure, but it's not the same as their response to, folks emptying out high-powered rifles. If somebody, harvests a cow or takes a shot and misses, those elk will move. They move a little bit, but they don't move the same way they move when they get shot at with high-powered rifles. So we appreciate the antlerless elk harvest and want to continue to have that. Because it's a good way to manage our populations and also keep our elk in places where they're accessible and available. So I don't want it to come across like we don't like archers or we don't like archery harvest. We do. We're just looking for ways to manage it more strategically and surgically and to help on that preference point and point creep issue with antlerless elk.
Just a few more, and I'll let you off the hook. I don't understand it, but I need you to explain it. There's quite a few comments about an opening day spike hunt on limited entry units matching an opening day mid-season rifle hunt. Is that just the way it is, or was that discussed?
Yeah, so we talked about that, and in the limited entry portion, when we looked at, we are recommending adding a mid-season hunt on most of the limited entry elk units. We currently have that on the Manti, the Wasatch, the Fish Lake, have that on Diamond, have that on several units. And that mid-season hunt overlaps. It takes place during the exact same time frame as the spike hunt. And so, if you draw that limited entry mid-season elk hunt, you've got spike hunters in the field the same time as you. On some units, you even have that have the early general season deer hunt. There's some deer hunters that might be in the field at the same time. And we knew that, the committee knew that, we talked about that. And that was part of this idea of instead of kind of this slam dunk hunt in September where you have 9 days to yourself during the middle of the rut, there's still a rifle hunting opportunity because that's where our demand is. Rifle hunters really want, folks really want to hunt elk with a rifle, but that hunt is probably more challenging. And that was one of the themes in this committee is that if we add a little more challenge, we can probably have more opportunity. We have high success rates on that mid-season hunt on the units where we have it, like the Wasatch, Manti, Fish Lake, Diamond, some of those units. The success rate on that mid-season hunt is still pretty high, but there's more competition in the field. Depending on how you look at it, there's more other folks in the field, and you're typically post-rut, maybe still some rutting activity going on, but definitely you're getting a little bit further away from the rut. And the idea is that it's maybe not as the same quality of experience that someone might have on that September hunt where you're the only, that's pretty much the only hunter, only other hunters in the field would be other folks with the exact same tag.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't an oversight. It was discussed.
Oh, and we talked about options of doing it differently, and ultimately that's the way we went with it.
Okay, I'm good with that. The last specific comment I have, the late season bow hunt. Was there much discussion about that being a hams hunt?
Yes, there was a lot of discussion about that. And that's one of the hunts that within the limited entry part of the plan, we're calling them, I guess, adaptive opportunity hunts, where it's kind of the outside the box stuff a little bit. And that hunt is kind of outside the box, a late December archery hunt. The idea is for a few, intrepid archers, here's a cool opportunity. Should be really tough. It should probably be a really tough hunt to have to get within, 60, maybe 80 if you're really good, 60, 80 yards of a bull in December in crunchy snow. Probably be a pretty tough hunt. It's probably one of those ones that's not for everyone, but I know a few folks that have told me, man, that sounds like a cool challenge. I'd like to take that on. And I think I could draw it much easier than if I wanted to hunt, bulls with my bow in September. So, and we did have a lot of discussion in the committee about, well, should this be a hams hunt or a restricted weapons type hunt? We'll talk about restricted weapons here later. Or should it be an archery hunt? And we went back and forth a little bit on that, and ultimately kept it as recommended as an archery hunt, just because your maximum effective range with archery equipment is probably about half of what your maximum effective range would be with an open sight muzzleloader or open sight shotgun. And so that's why we felt like it's probably a lot harder to get within 60 yards than it is to get within 150.
Thank you. Is there any more questions from the RAC?
I'm trying to formulate this question. It's going to come out rough, but there's been a lot of comments, that, they're just doing this to get more money. I mean, in my mind, if we needed more funding as a state, wouldn't you just increase license prices?
So this is one of the most common comments we seem to see. You guys that were on the committee, how many times did we talk about we need to come up with recommendations that are going to pad the budget? How many times did we talk about that on the committee? So that's one of the things we get accused of all the time. The division operates on revenues that come from hunters. That's true. And so, revenue, to some degree, it matters to the division. We'd hate to have to not be able to do, habitat projects and have conservation officers and biologists in the field. But our number one priority is, how do we manage this resource in a way that's sustainable? And then number two is, how do we try to give opportunities to folks that want to enjoy this resource, and where it affects the division's budget or bottom line, that's really far down the list, and that's not something we ever talked about at all in this committee. So it's one of those things that comes up a lot, and I think it's a conspiracy theory that gets a lot of traction, and that's not what's driving these recommendations.
I have a question about the youth hunts. You have it opening it up to unlimited. What is the current success rate for youth hunting on the current system? And I guess that was a question on a lot of the public comments, was they should still be limited. And I think a lot of people are still all for youth opportunity, but What was the reasoning there?
Yeah, and I maybe one of my associates can help me look up that harvest data. I don't know if Kent's Hersey's online or not, but I don't have that off the top of my head. Typically, the youth success rates are going to be the same or maybe a little lower than just the general success rates for the general hunts. We do have that early youth hunt in September. That's a draw only hunt, and we have a quote on that, and that typically has a little bit higher success rates, 30-40%. But the general season youth hunt success rates, I don't have them in front of me. We can, maybe dig those up and get them to you, but they're going to be really similar to that kind of those teens, mid-teens level. We've had now for a year or 2 years, unlimited youth any bull permits, but the youth that hunted the spike units that came out of the quota, the recommendation we're making for general season youth hunting would be a pretty substantial expansion for youth hunting opportunity where they'd be able to hunt all of the seasons and we wouldn't have a limit on those permits for youth. Right now in general season deer, if a youth draws an any legal weapon permit, they can hunt all the seasons. And that was one of the things that we felt like we had the ability to do with elk hunting for youth, is to give them more flexibility. So that youth permit would be unlimited for the general season. So archery, first and second rifle on the any bull and the muzzleloader hunt, or just the one rifle hunt on spikes. It wouldn't include that early September draw hunt, but it's a pretty substantial increase. And that was a big priority for pretty much everyone on the committee, is they wanted elk hunting to be available to youth. And wanted them to have the flexibility. A lot of youth are involved in a lot of school and extracurricular activities, and it's harder for them to maybe take big blocks of time. So that was part of the recommendation.
Could I ask a follow-up to that? Give you a chance again. I think I remember hearing that concern, but how many youth are actually buying elk tags?
Yeah, so this year, so this is our second year, just so people understand, this is our second year doing the Any Bowl youth. And it's about consistent. This year we sold almost 2,300 of those permits, and last year was around 22. For spike, this year we sold about 1,340. So if we were, say, all those youth bought a permit next year, it'd be about 3,600 permits. So you can always give and take, kind of estimate that some youth will definitely take up the opportunity that hasn't bought one before because they haven't been able to get a spike permit because they sold out before they could. Or like Dak said, their parents or whoever they're going to go out hunting with said, they got a free weekend. Let's take our kid out to go hunt, where they couldn't do that now. So.
I have one more question about the youth one. On the limited entry where they're required to do the survey, is there any difference in wounded animals or something along those lines that would come from an experience between youth and adult hunters? Wounded or left animals or anything like that?
We could look at that on the folks that report, that they wounded an animal they didn't recover, and see if there's a difference in those rates. But I don't have that calculated. I can't tell you right now. It's something we could look up and get back to you on.
I did have a question about reporting. As you talked about these numbers, is it evident? Do you feel like you're lacking data? Would it be was there a discussion about making that mandatory for everyone? Is any change coming, I guess, with the harvest reporting?
So we are talking, we're doing some internal development and have done even a little bit of testing this year on the general season rifle deer hunt. We sent out, we're developing a new application or web-based reporting, and that is something I think we're moving towards. And like I said, it's in development. We did some testing this year, and I think within the next year or two, we're looking to move that way. Did I miss anything, Lindy? Is that accurate? So we are looking to move that way. We still feel pretty good about the sample sizes that we get, and we do a random phone survey that it's statistically valid. And we've heard from the public for a lot of years that they'd like to do something different. And there are some changes, with the extended vehicle warranty guys calling you on your cell phone. I mean, I think a lot of folks are getting to the point where they don't answer calls from numbers they don't recognize. I know I'm in that boat, and our phone survey contractors are putting in more and more time to get the sample size targets that we need. And so I think the technology's evolved, and I think we're looking to adapt and make some changes in the next year or two. You'll probably see something from us, but we're working on development and testing right now.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, Dax, real quick. Elk herd objective, where that's at right now.
So statewide, our statewide elk objective, which is the sum total of all the unit planned objectives, is right around 80,000, and we're pretty close there. We're over objective on a few units, mostly in northern Utah and areas where we have big blocks of private land and landowners that kind of want the elk there. Most of the rest of the state's pretty close. We have a couple units that are under. The Book Cliffs is one in this region that jumps out that's under objective. The objectives are, that's something that's not done in the unit plan. We leave that to the individual units, the biologists on those units, and they form a local committee. We have some pretty specific direction in state code of who needs to be on those committees, and it includes landowners, producers, local elected officials, the land management agencies, and sportsmen, and they sit down and look, and they can look at the specifics on an individual unit and see if there's opportunity there to increase an objective or recommend a decrease in objective, whatever that may be. And if an unit elk committee gets together and decides they want to make a change, then that unit elk plan would go through the public process. And typically that we ask all the biologists across the state to look at their units the year after a statewide plan goes through. And after we approve a new statewide plan that has some new tools and some new things in there that might help or maybe make a change as to what a unit objective might be. And then those biologists look at those and see if there's opportunity. And if there is, they'll conduct an elk committee and recommend a change. If they feel like things haven't changed enough, then they probably wouldn't form a committee and they'd leave it alone. But that's typically how that process works. And I do feel I'm encouraged with some of the strategies that we put in the population portion of this plan to allow us to be more responsive to drought, to be more responsive to conflicts that might arise on private lands, and also gives us the ability to take into consideration some of these elk herds, like I mentioned before, that spend time living across multiple jurisdictions where the division may or may not have management authority. And so I'm hoping to see some elk plan revisions that go through around the state after this statewide plan goes through, if those strategies pass as presented. And I think there may be some opportunities in some areas to alleviate conflicts and potentially have more elk as well. So.
Thank you. One last thing, and maybe two-part question. A lot of negativity towards spike hunts, at least in my circle of people that I talk to, and they're mostly looking at quality versus quantity. How can we have middle ground there? And when did the spike hunts start? It just seems to be they're among the public. There seems to be some, I guess, pointing fingers at the quality of the elk herd is diminished in all these areas that we've started spike hunts. And do you know a time frame when those spike hunts actually started?
We've implemented spike hunts kind of in a couple different phases. The initial phase came about, it's been a long time that we had spike hunts on units like the Manti and Wasatch. And then it was in, remember the year, 2008 or 9. I think that rings a bell to me. About around that time frame, we expanded spike hunting onto more units around the rest of the state. The spike hunts, kind of where those come from, on all these units, we just got done talking about population objectives. We have an objective that we agree to manage to. And that objective is based on a variety of factors. Some of those factors are biological, some of them are social or political. And, we have a lot of elk populations around the state that the biological carrying capacity is probably higher than the social carrying capacity. And if we managed at maximum biological carrying capacity, we'd probably have a lot of unhappy landowners that would have way too many elk in their corn and their alfalfa and tearing up fences and, that kind of stuff, Richie. You know what I'm talking about. So, and we try to, that's why we have these diverse committees when we work on elk objectives. We're trying to find a sweet spot where we can manage conflict, but also have, a population that maybe approaches or approximates what we've got, what we can do responsibly from a biological standpoint. But by doing that, by managing a population below biological carrying capacity, if any of you remember, if anyone took biology back in the day and you looked at the logistic growth curve of wildlife populations, there's that portion of the curve where the animals have abundant resources and their populations grow really quickly. So you have the fastest growth rates when you're trying to manage a population below what the resource capacity is. And so that's why we had, we try to have a lot of tools to harvest elk. And when we're trying to manage to an objective on a unit that's below biological carrying capacity, and we've got to harvest a lot of elk so that it doesn't grow beyond that capacity, we're harvesting antlerless animals. When we manage populations, we harvest antlerless animals because bulls don't have babies, so we're harvesting cows. If we're trying to manage for 5, 6, 7-year-old bulls on a unit and all we can harvest is cows, after a little while you end up with a really weird sex ratio. Because we're harvesting, maybe we're harvesting several hundred cows a year to keep that population where it's supposed to be, but we can only harvest, 20, 30, 50 bulls a year in order to keep that age objective where we're trying to be. And so the spike hunt is a tool that allows us to get more male harvest, yet still keep enough bulls in that pipeline to manage for those older age objectives on bulls, but doesn't end up to a point where we end up with an elk population that has super low productivity and could even be, in a bad way with, potentially going to collapse just because there's no cows left. And we have some units, even with the spike hunt, we still have some units where our bull to cow ratios are not in a good place. And, the beaver is one that came up this last year, and they made kind of an emergency recommendation and added a bunch of additional bull tags on the beaver because the bull to cow ratio was super out of whack. So, the spike hunt is a tool that allows us to, helps us manage bull to cow ratios and productivity of our elk herds that we have to manage to objective. It is a cool opportunity. Success rate on spike hunts is typically right there in that teens, mid-teens level. It's a cool opportunity. It's more of a meat hunt than anything else. And that's the most abundant age class of bulls on the landscape. Those hunters are limited to pretty much just hunting one age class of bulls, and maybe not even every bull in that age class, because some of those bulls end up, having forks on both sides. So the spike hunt, I've worked here in this region long enough. I know that the spike hunt has kind of become a lot of folks blame the spike hunt for some of the issues we have, like in the Book Cliffs unit, for example. That's been one where I think it was pretty unfortunate timing, but right around the time frame when we implemented the spike hunts, a few years after that, we got into some pretty serious drought conditions, and Book Cliffs has kind of marginal summer range at best. The analysis that Book Cliffs working group put together and looked at, we figure with all the different mouths that are on the landscape in the Book Cliffs, only during the best conditions do we have enough forage available to meet demands. And we have not had the best conditions in the Book Cliffs for year after year after year. And so our elk population productivity has suffered. Bull quality, the age class has gone down a little bit on harvested bulls in the Book Cliffs. And I think anyone who's a serious elk hunter out there has probably seen quality decline as well. I don't think the spike hunt is what caused that, but it often, it just is a convenient thing to target. We've seen the deer population in the Book Cliffs decrease during that exact same time frame as well, and I don't think the spike hunt caused that either. The Book Cliffs has some issues. There's a lot of folks working really hard on those. The spike hunt, like I said, we've had it for years on units like the Manti and the Wasatch, and we've had it on a lot of other units around the state since 2008 or 9 when we made that change, and a lot of those units still seem to do really well, perform really well, and produce big bulls. I think a lot of times the frustration that's directed at the spike hunt, where I understand that they're frustrated, I think perhaps the frustration is just because an overall elk herd is struggling, and a lot of times that's more habitat related than it is harvested yearling bulls. So that's my spiel on it. That's where I'm coming from, and you've probably heard that. That's probably about the 10th time some of these RAC members have heard that from me.
Yes, yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Dax.
Hey, Dax. I thought your presentation was really good. I knew you could talk, but it was a long presentation. And sometimes you look at the bottom of the screen, and when it said, I think it was 52 or 53 minutes, I kind of just like swallowed hard because it's like, oh, I don't know if this is the right time for this. But I had like 5 pages of questions, and so many of them have been answered, except a couple that I thought were important that were brought up in some of the comments. And that was, as you open up some of opportunity, like to alleviate crowding, you can create crowding, especially if there's rush to the new any bull units. And sometimes that crowding affects existing infrastructure on public lands, like trailheads that really aren't created for like the amount of traffic that they're probably gonna see. Every trailhead is already completely crowded with trucks and trailers, and campers are in every pullout there could possibly be, especially north of Highway 40 every fall. And I just was wondering, like looking through some of the comments, like the OHV impacts, we're kind of, as these plans are 10 years, is there some thresholds or some adaptations in these plans to kind of take a look at things that may be unforeseen now throughout, that don't affect necessarily population strategy, but maybe habitat strategies or unforeseen impacts like that could be coordinated better?
Oh, that's a great question. It's a fair one. And we had a similar question from the Forest Service in the southern region at that RAC meeting. And, we've the Forest Service had kind of some similar concerns. They said, well, we've seen huge increases in impacts that have occurred during the fall. We started looking at the numbers, and we haven't increased permit numbers at all in the fall. In fact, we've probably cut them quite a bit with regard to deer hunting anyway. So some of that impact, increase in impact probably can't really be attributed necessarily to hunters, or at least not permit numbers. Maybe, as it gets harder and harder to draw, maybe folks bring more and more folks in their parties. I don't know exactly who's out there, but folks are out there. There's a lot of people on the landscape. Things are crowded. I know the division, we're committed to, our officers are committed to helping to enforce travel management plans. I think for most, law-abiding hunters, when you see the folks that are violating travel plans, that's something that just gets under your skin and kind of drives you crazy. I think we're all on the same page that we want folks to follow those plans. With an unlimited hunt, and that's a scary word to a lot of folks. Unlimited is a pretty scary word. And I get that, I understand that. And I do think, to be totally honest, there might be a year or two where it might be a little wild. I do think that hunters are pretty good at distributing themselves and figuring out what types of hunts are for them and what types of hunts are not for them. And I do think that, after a year or two, stuff will settle out, but it might be rough. It might be rough for a year or two. This is a 10-year plan, but we do have written in there that we would have a mid-plan review after 5 years. And we feel like we need a few years before we have a plan review or make a change, because we need a few years for some of these things the dust to settle on a few of these big changes. And at the same time, and it's kind of a balancing act here, because we need enough time for the dust to kind of settle and us to see, what's really happening here versus a knee-jerk reaction after just year 1 or 2. But at the same time, if we have something that's obviously not working, we don't want to, tie our hands for a decade on something that's not working. So, I think those are fair concerns and questions, and I think they're things we're mindful of. And I think we can get through them and stuff will level out and work out. And I also think if there's projects that we can coordinate on, through our habitat section at WRI. I know in the Southeastern region last night, they talked about, some work that's being done on that South Roadless Trailhead to expand capacity to deal with increased demand. And I think, those are the type of projects that I think we're happy to be involved in. I'm probably speaking for the habitat guys that are here, but I'll volunteer them to do some work. But they already do that work in there. I think those are the type of projects that we want to coordinate and collaborate on. And we don't want to have negative long-term impacts because of recreationists that may happen to be hunters on federal lands. This is a fair question.
Yeah, thank you. And I know that it was a couple of official comments that came through, and then I just had a couple of earfuls from it too. So thank you so much.
Dax, I got one last question we need to get to the public, but so 2 years ago, the division was proposing through the RAC process, basically any bull would go to a draw system as well. Remember that?
Yeah.
Just recently. And I supported that. The division wanted to gain some data. They could more micromanage things a little better, the pressure and those kind of things. Now it seems like we have a huge pendulum shift from where everything was basically going to be draw, even though the draw numbers may be very high. We went from, and I believe a lot of the sportsmen's groups supported that effort at the time. Now we've had this huge pendulum shift where we're seems like we're wide open. What? Why? Why the pendulum shift so dramatically? And why the inconsistency?
So 2 years ago, we recommended going to unlimited any bull. And then went through the RAC process and it actually passed most of the RACs. And then at the board, and that's when we had recommended converting some units to any bull. And like the anthro, it was one that we talked about a lot in this region. And the recommendation to do that actually passed most of the RACs, but then it ultimately failed at the board, and the board had us keep any bull permits with the quota that we have. And some of those units we had proposed to go to any bull, they made a compromise and made them hams units. So the next year we came back and said, okay, well then let's put it in a draw. And part of that had to do with our server capacity and how the online sales process was working. But we've since made a lot of improvements and it's working a lot better now. But at that time, we said, okay, we'll put it in a draw. So that went through, and the draw failed pretty much every RAC. That was pretty soundly rejected through the public process, and we got directed by the Wildlife Board. We didn't want unlimited. Well, some of the RACs wanted unlimited, but the board didn't, and then none of the RACs hardly wanted a draw. So fix this in the elk committee. That was part of the direction we got in the elk committee, and that's so that's why what we're bringing forward now kind of represents a little bit of both. Keeping part of it in a quota and then also having part of it that's unlimited. So, the pendulum has been kind of swinging back and forth a little bit, but that's, maybe some of the longer, I guess, adding an extra year worth of history into it.
Okay, I'm going to open up to questions from the public. If any of these questions if you have a different question, this is just questions to clarify the proposal. And then we'll move on to the comments after that. So I don't believe we have the green cards for questions. And so if you want to just step up, Tyrell, you can start and state your name and ask your question, please.
Who's got the button for the trap door here? I could feel that eye roll when I was walking up. So, Tyrell A. Biglin. Dax, even for as big as the anthro unit is, for the amount of public ground, for the amount of habitat, we've only been managing it to where we only want 700 head. It's been surpassing that by over 50% for years. No other unit other than South Ridge is doing that. I mean, it's outdoing what we want it to, which tells me it could do more. So, I mean, then it kind of bothers me that we're doing that, and then we sit back and say that's low performing, low density when we're the ones that caused it. I don't get it. Why are we doing it that way when some of these other units are way below objective? To me, those would be the ones to change over.
So, and we're looking at it from like a bull hunting strategy, more so than a population strategy. So from a population standpoint, yeah, anthro is above objective. From a bull hunting strategy, I think there was a period of time there, like in the early 2000s, where, man, you were lucky folk. You're a lucky person if you have an anthro tag. It hasn't been that way for quite a while now, and there's a lot of things that have changed. And Derek, the biologist for the anthros here, if we want to get Derek up or anything, but as a limited entry unit for bulls, we got down to where we were only giving, permit numbers in the teens. And our age on harvested bulls and success rates was kind of all over the place. It had super low hunter satisfaction ratings. So, I guess we're looking at how we manage bull hunting there a little differently than how we manage the population there. And you're correct, it has been over objective for quite a while now. Yeah, Derek, do you want to add anything? So, yeah, I don't know if I have a great answer for you other than we looked at how it's performing with regard to bull hunting to make the change with regard to bull hunting.
Okay. And Lindy, you might be able to answer this one better for me. Instead of going the unlimited and worrying about being overcrowded, especially with some of these units like the Anthro that's got the deer hunters out there for that early rifle, instead of going unlimited, why don't we just do a capping that's 30, 40,000, go unit specifics, limit the number of tags on each unit to kind of help with crowding. So, I mean, we've already got 2/3 of the any bull hunters on the UNs alone. 2/3 of 17,000. And now we're going to go unlimited, add another 30,000 on top of that on just the UNs. I mean, why not go unit specific? Limit the number of tags. We've been doing it with deer for years.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. It's one we talked about a lot as part of that elk committee. And like I said, we even recommended going to a draw for, not a unit specific draw, but going to a draw and got told no through the public process. And we talked about that a lot in this committee. And there's pros and cons to doing that. And there was a lot of desire still to maintain something that was just kind of more simple, kind of a throwback to the old days where you bought a tag over the counter and it had a big unit boundary. And elk is a species that, based on how they move and how they respond to hunting pressure, they're more resilient than deer. They can handle hunting pressure at a much different level than deer. If we did the same type of thing with deer, it would, unlimited permits and you can hunt anywhere you want in the state. There would be some areas that would be really negatively impacted for deer. Maybe even to pushing up against the biological threshold. With elk, they're just really resilient to hunting pressure. And like I said, that was something that was discussed a lot. And, I hear your point of view and where you're coming from. And ultimately, that's just not the recommendation we made. So, thank you.
Hi, Dax. Tim Ragland. I'm from Unibasin and Salt Lake. I represent the disabled outdoorsmen, disabled sportsmen and women of Utah. I do have some comment section, but one thing, you mentioned you look into additional opportunities for the youth, which I commend and look into and think that's great. We should. Has anything been looked into for additional opportunities for the disabled seasons or those early season extensions and or keeping those ones that are already in place or not putting any more overlapping hunts into those?
Lindy, I had her look up kind of what we do currently, and she can talk to that a little bit.
Yeah, so licensing oversees the disabled section. So we do offer season extensions for the disabled. Throughout the elk plan, there was a little bit of discussion knowing that, we would have that, but yeah, the seasons would still stay for the any bull.
Okay, so for that early disabled, which is the youth draw as well.
Yeah. So
how would that work? For instance, if you wanted to get any bull tag, the late season that's going to be unlimited, then you could still do your early season. And I was wondering, and this may go into the comments section. I don't want to.
So if you bought the unlimited, currently the disabled rule would allow them to hunt during that youth any bull section for that in September. That didn't change. And, currently there's about 300 roughly that
I talked to Holly, that's what she said.
Yeah, there's roughly about 300 that we issue of disabled, and that's for elk and deer. So not all 300 are for elk or 300 for deer, that's both combined. So they could be doing both or one or the other.
And maybe just bring up, maybe Dax could look into it. Is there any way we could maybe combine that? How we're saying the youth are allowed unlimited, maybe bump those 300 disabled, or if it's elk, it's maybe not as many into that group. So you group the disabled CORs, they're allowed the unlimited amount of elk tags, just like the youth are. I mean, it's a very small amount. Would that be possible, or is it too far along?
That would, it definitely would have to be a rule change with the disabled rule. It wouldn't be through this portion that DAX is taken through. Something definitely that we are willing to look into. It's a lot bigger than that. We definitely can look into it and we can get in contact.
Okay. Hey, thanks.
Lindy, before you sit down,
Yeah.
could you clarify with the new rule, what would be the seasons that the disabled hunters could hunt on elk?
So for the Any Bowl, it would be the youth Any Bowl season. So it's like September. Yeah, so just the day behind. So it'd be that one that the youth puts in for the draw. So that's the season that it would be for our disabled hunters that qualify.
And then they can hunt general season also, right?
Yes, and then they can hunt the season that's on their permit.
It would be just the first general season with the new proposal, or would it be both?
It would be either, well, no, so if they bought the 15,000 for the early, they could hunt the youth Any Bowl season if they qualify for that COR, and then hunt that early October season. But if they bought the unlimited one, they could hunt the youth Any Bowl elk season and then the unlimited season.
I see.
They don't get all
They
three.
have a choice there of the
Mhm.
two, just like the other people buying online.
Used to be you could hunt all to your early season and then the general.
Yeah, that's how it would still be.
That's what I was asking,
Mhm.
there's a way to propose
Okay.
that.
Yeah, we could definitely look into it on our side for admin.
Okay, thank you. If we don't have any other questions, I'm going to have Miles kind of summarize the public comments that were submitted online.
Okay, for this elk management topic, respondents, 12% of them strongly agreed with this proposal as presented. 30% somewhat agreed. 3% were neutral. 15% somewhat disagreed, and then 39% strongly disagreed. So some of the common themes, I think one of the biggest concerns were the unlimited permits for elk on that second season. So I think that was one of the biggest concerns that came through. There were also, hunter crowding concerns with going unlimited as well. Then there were a few people that definitely commented, were concerned about archery being removed from the general season archery elk. Cows being removed from our general season archery tax. So anyhow, and then a few other concerns with multi-season tags as well. So I think I'll leave it at that. There was quite a few different comments, but those are the major themes.
Thank you. Jamie Reeve from the Ute Tribe, would like to make, the Ute Tribe has a position here on our RAC, and Jamie is a RAC member. They rotate a little bit. Could you
Yeah.
introduce yourself, please, Jamie?
All right. My name is Jamie Reeve. I'm with the Indian Tribe Fish and Wildlife. So I know you said, Brett, when you mentioned on this meeting that we're not here to pick apart different parts of this plan. However, I wasn't involved with the elk group when the statewide plan was set up. So I'm going to make my comments here. So the state has a deer season outlined in our agreement with the state and the tribe. That outlines a deer season for our tribal members within the South Slope unit. I wanted to oppose and suggest the Any Bull archery season and the Friday after deer archery for the South Slope unit. But if we can't do, pick apart unit by unit, then I guess you could do it all of them. I recommend that you end the archery season for that Any Bull the Friday after the deer archery season. Like Dax mentioned to me, the trade-off, he was talking about the different pressures that archers have. They don't have all the guns going off, deer don't react the same. So for me, I think the archery season, the trade-off is that archers are the first in the field. They get that kind of top pick of animals. But for us as a tribe, that season's been set. So then you're overlapping our season and throwing in, I don't know, however many archers use that Any Bull tag when we extended the archery season last year. So that would just be my comment and my suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to now move to the public comments. 3 minutes, please, or we'll let you go over a little if you need it, but we want to keep them fairly short and to the point. So we'll start, go ahead and call him Miles, whatever you want to.
Yeah, first, Ray Thomas from SFW.
Thank you, guys. Ray Thomas, representing Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. SFW Sports Division and Committee's recommendations with one exception. We would like to see the general season archery elk tag stay either sex tag like it currently is, so. Thanks.
All right, Tyrell.
You don't get raised 2.2 minute and a half added to your 3 minutes. You have to start over.
Okay.
Just kidding. Go ahead.
You know me, Brett. Just bear with me here, guys. I had to write this down so I didn't lose my place. Like I said before, the anthro unit's been underperforming because we asked it not to, in my opinion. And when does this snowball end? I mean, we address overcrowding by making a new hunt, sell more tags. It gets overcrowded again, make another hunt. And now we're opening up what once was really good units in the name of opportunity, and then going unlimited. So what are we going to do when it gets overcrowded again? End up opening up other units? Why don't we just skip ahead and make the whole state any bowl and have a giant free-for-all? That's pretty much where we're headed, in my opinion. And just like the anthro, the book cliffs, the Wasatch, they're all going downhill. They have been for years. And when they start going downhill, instead of trying to manage them to bring them back, we just lower the objective so it all lines up. And it gets frustrating for the public, it does. Like I say, the anthro, for as big as it is, the amount of habitat, it's doing better than what we want it to. 700 head, and it's got 1,150 on the last numbers. And I mean, I know that there ain't the bulls out there, but bulls don't make babies. I think Dax actually said that. I think we could bring that one back. This whole proposal with the unlimited tags, the new units, I mean, we have no idea exactly how many out-of-staters are going to show up now when they hear about, yeah, we come into Utah and it's a free-for-all. It all just screams overcrowding, decimation of unit potentials, and it's going to make I honestly believe it's going to make the Point Creek significantly skyrocket. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin Adamson.
Good evening, RAC members, and thank you. Again, my name is Kevin Adamson, and I'm the president of Utah Archery Association. And I was a member of the elk committee that helped create this plan. So first, a big thanks to Dax and to Lindy and to all the other division people. It was a major effort to pull everybody together, and there were countless hours that we met. There were many days where we would start at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and go until late in the evening. Before participating on the committee, like many, I would sit back and wonder how these plans get created. I, too, read the comments on the internet. There are many who say all they need to do is fix this. All they need to do is change this or do that, and it will solve the problem. Today, having sat through hours of meetings, listening to the unbelievable data that the state has available, and working with the many knowledgeable people who participated on this committee, it's not as easy as just fix this or fix that. Compromises were made by all groups. The committee came together as true sportsmen for a common goal. You've heard earlier that common goal was to maintain quality while creating opportunity. Please pay attention to that and the priority of that wording. To maintain quality was the first common goal while creating new opportunity. Utah Archery Association supports the division plan for the elk proposal with one exception. Utah Archery Association recommends that the over-the-counter general season archery tag remain an either sex tag instead of the 2 tags as being proposed. Thank you.
Okay, Jim, you want to come back up? Jim?
Hi, Tim Rufflin, and I'm again with the Disabled sportsmen and women of Utah, kind of advocacy for them. And we're not going over dates right now, right? No, just the date. Okay, so the main thing, and I think Lindy offered that it may be a rule change, but the only thing I really had to say was in the elk management plan, it was going to continue to keep, 2 years ago, they extended the archery hunt 5 days on the any bull unit and put it so it goes into the into that disabled and youth hunt. And I've been out in the field with some of the youth and disabled, and those last 5 days really had a lot of archery pressure that affected a lot of the disabled hunts. So that would be something that I don't know if that's in the management plan or on the dates that we could revisit. And I understood that at the 2-year point this year, that would be revisited to see how that affected. But with the youth and the disabled that really are disadvantaged, having that 5 days extra on the archery any bull really did affect that, because that used to be just a disabled 10-day hunt only. And now it's basically just a 5-day hunt because you have so many archers those first 5 days, because it is usually within the rut. So we object to that and would like that to be reviewed and noted. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public that didn't bring up their card? So to clarify Jamie's concerns with the Ute tribe, I think she's concerned about the Ute tribe has a general season rifle deer hunt that starts before the end of our proposed archery dates for general season on general season units. So there's a little bit of an overlap there, but I think that was her concern. Yeah.
Another group that,
Yeah.
And I've been out with some youth that made a huge difference, because a lot of archeries wanted to hunt the rut. We gave them those extra 5 days, and it was just flooded with people. You're going all day long, creating pressure. And a lot of those youth, they do it as a draw. And so.
Thanks, Miles.
I thought at the 2-year point, I read somewhere that it was going to be reviewed this year. So, and if you want to keep it, I think the archers should get some of that. Maybe just extend that for the youth and disabled 5 extra days, but you would push it into then the general season muzzleloader deer. And I brought that up last year. They said, well, we don't want to go into that. Well, the archeries came into us. So it's kind of a compounded effect, but it did. At one time, that was just a disabled hunt. Then the youth went on, but they kept it a draw and it affected it. But now it's getting to the point where there's a lot of overlapping into that, creating more of a pressure for the disabled guys that really have a hard time, and the youth, that we need to keep it a quality experience for the youth, not a really pressured hunt. So thank you.
Okay, we're not ready for motions yet, and then we'll decide how we're going to tackle this. Comments from the RAC, opinions? How are you feeling about this?
I have a comment. For the Forest Service, and this may affect other federal agencies in the habitat objective portion of the plan. There might be some habitat stipulations or policies that might be harder for the federal agencies to follow, but we can use those as guidelines as we implement projects on the forest and other federal lands. And so we are just wondering if there would be a way to suggest some language changes just to make it potentially easier to follow and may not cause problems for the federal agencies to implement projects as well on the landscape. Some of them are like road densities, and then also just a question about where the 4-to-1 mitigation ratio came from. Is that just to be consistent with, for example, the greater sage grouse plan, or is that something that was discussed in the committee?
I can speak to that one if you'd like. So it is really similar to language from the Greater Sage Grouse Plan. And It is pretty specific in the habitat objective strategy. It says suggest voluntary mitigation at a 4-to-1 ratio. So we really do appreciate the partnerships and the work we do with our federal partners. We're not looking to paint you guys into a corner. And the committee had some strong preferences and ideas with regard to things like road density and some of these issues. We tried to make the language in the plan. A lot of those strategies use words like where possible or seek to, and in that mitigation one, it specifically says, a suggested voluntary. So now I appreciate where you're coming from. That's kind of the background on it. If you feel like the language is still going to bind you up and put you in a tough spot, I hope we can work through that. But that's not our intention to put our land management agency partners in a position where they're in a no-win situations.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question, I guess, in this section? I may not have understood the one question about archery and having the archery tag be, an either sex tag. So is it proposed that there will be like an unlimited amount of cow elk tags so there will be pretty much a companion tag for an archery hunt? And then maybe with a follow-up of that, what's the catch on that then? Just that you'll lose your preference points for cow elk?
Yeah, so the idea is rather than having one either sex permit, we would have a bull permit and a cow permit for archery hunters during the season dates. So the hunter would have to purchase both permits. So, for what it costs you for a half a tank of gas, you'd have to pay that to have both permits in your pocket. And the idea would be that we would recommend those at an unlimited level, just like the bull permits are currently, or the either sex permits are currently, with the ability, if we have a particular unit where we don't need the harvest, like right now, we don't allow the either sex harvest in Book Cliffs, but I think that's the only unit in the state. We would have the ability, if we had a specific unit or two that we needed to leave out for biological reasons, we'd leave it out, but otherwise we'd just have those available, over the counter unlimited every year. But you'd lose your preference points if you purchased that.
Okay.
But you wouldn't need to buy the bull tag to have the cow tag. You could do either or,
Yep.
or both.
You could buy the cow tag and then get a muzzleloader permit for bulls later or something like that.
Yeah, I probably will end up in some questions and comments, and I have several comments, but the first one I'd like to tackle is in the disease portion. On the brucellosis, it brings up brucellosis in cattle. And this is why I asked you about contacting the state vet. Do you currently know how many brucellosis cases there are in cattle in Utah?
None that I'm aware of.
Yeah, and it's been that way for a long, long time.
Yeah, that's good. Let's keep it that way.
Yeah.
We'll do it with our elk. You do it with your cow. We'll all win.
Well, we vaccinate though. There's a big difference. Aggressively vaccinate. So there's a big difference in management there. So what that first sentence in there is the biggest concern. It's true that elk could probably get brucellosis from cattle, as well as cattle can get it from elk and bison. That's a true statement. The issue with that first sentence is we all know the radical groups. They would take that first sentence of that paragraph and they would say, Utah Division of Wildlife Resources says that cattle cause brucellosis in elk. So we need to keep all cattle 10 miles away from elk. And they would sue on that basis and on that sentence. And we see it all the time. I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. Look up any publication and that's what they do. They do it aggressively. Whether they get shot down or not, they sue. Okay? So my comment and my question is, why can't we just take that sentence out? If you just take that sentence out and start with the next sentence, it's still a true statement and it covers the basis. The next sentence says transmission most commonly occurs when an animal licks or ingests infected fetal material, aborted fetuses, uterine discharge, blah, blah, blah. That's a true statement. But they can do that from ingesting their own fetal material or the fetal material of bison. Why have we pointed the finger at cattle in that statement? If you just took that out, the rest of the statement's true and it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's the RAC's prerogative to suggest, to make a motion to take that sentence out or something. I don't think anyone's trying to point fingers. We just don't want brucellosis.
Right.
So
neither do we. I mean,
I think we're on the same page there. It's maybe just semantics, but if the RAC wants to make a motion to change that language, you're welcome to do so.
I mean, I go out of business if I get brucellosis in my herd. So it's a larger scale for me. So I think I'm probably on top of it pretty good. But so anyway, yeah, I'll make that recommendation. And I've got a few more other comments, but if somebody else does, we can bring them up. Okay. So, I mean, I probably talk to more sportsmen than I do ranchers. Ranchers are kind of introverts and hard to talk to sometimes, but I just, this unlimited season, I have not heard a single person support that. I just don't understand that at all. Whether the budget was in consideration on that, probably wasn't. But in human psychology, perception is reality, okay? Your actions look like you're managing for revenue generation because you're producing a low quality, low success rate hunt, very low, and you're doing it unlimited. So you got to be a little patient with the public because that's how it looks, and you're not going to change that perception. I think this plan does well to address opportunity. It does very little to address quality. It goes backwards on the quality of hunt. And I know what your survey says, but the hunters I talk to say, I'd rather hunt every other year or hunt one species, one hunt a year and have a little bit of quality than have the fiasco we have on these unlimited bull hunts. And so I'm not sure. I think the pendulum goes too far in this plan. It goes too far to the opportunity, don't address the quality. Multi-season, there again, we're, can we put that to a draw or something? 4 seasons to hunt on a multi-season tag, when just a few years ago we was looking at making everything a draw so we could manage things a little closer and gather data. I don't know. The pendulum's gone too far. I hope the Wildlife Board will swing the pendulum back just a little bit again and look for some quality as well. So that's my comment.
This is for Dax. Dax, maybe you can answer this for me. The question Jamie asked about that overlapping, how are we going to take care of that problem?
Again, so there's a little bit of overlap with some of the stuff we're recommending with season dates in the out plan, but I think 2 agenda items from now is when we recommend season dates for the next couple of years. The RAC can make a motion to adjust those dates or make those different. That's I guess the prerogative of the RAC to recommend something. Do you know how many folks tribal members hunt that deer hunt?
I think a lot of them take advantage of that one.
Yeah, I've never seen any data on that. I just was curious, like numbers of hunters or harvest or anything like that. I don't know if we know that, but yeah, the RAC can make whatever motion they want with regard to season dates.
And another one on that Sago Trail, excuse me, that's right up next to us. We've got a lot of poaching going on down there already. So how are you going to help us take care of that problem?
Yeah, obviously the division doesn't have any legal authority on tribal trust lands, on reservation lands, but
that's not what I asked you.
Yeah, so
Well, you guys can be on the line and say, hey, guys, you guys are trespassing.
so I guess
I-
what help would you guys like, or what would you need? That's something maybe you could work through with the law enforcement here in the region and your annual coordination meetings. I think those are exactly the types of things we like to coordinate and talk about when we have those meetings.
I think something needs to happen because we're getting slammed down there and we're really short-handed. So there's a lot of things I seen go on down there this year that's not acceptable. So
Yeah.
I feel we got agreement we went in on. You guys need to own up to yours.
Yeah, and I think we're happy to talk about strategies or ways to work through issues. You know, we do make sure that we exclude tribal grounds on all of our maps. We put in our boundary descriptions, we let folks know that, you know, no permit issued by the state authorizes anyone to hunt on tribal grounds. Those grounds are excluded from state permits. And if there's other strategies or ideas that we can explore to work together, you know, the division we're very staunchly anti-trespassing as an agency, whether that's onto private lands where folks don't have permission, or whether that's onto, you know, a neighboring state or tribal trust lands. You know, we have quite a few law enforcement staff. The Division of Wildlife has more law enforcement staff than the Forest Service, than the BLM, maybe even than the tribe. We take that type of stuff very seriously, and we invest a lot of time, money, and effort and resources into enforcing game laws, and trespassing is one of those things. So I think there's opportunities to collaborate and work together. We're happy to explore those. And I think we put our money where our mouth is. We have more law enforcement on the land out there during the hunts than anybody else. And then we should, because we manage wildlife and we manage hunters. But, you know, I think we're there, and we you know, welcome the opportunity to work together and brainstorm ways to try to alleviate some of the conflicts maybe you're seeing.
So I can probably get with Mr. Hamburg and get a meeting set up with them and see if we can get some of these problems taken care of.
Yeah, you know, we'll meet with Robert and others. You know, we try to do that about every quarter, so we can definitely talk about that issue a little bit more and come up with some ideas.
All righty.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You have another comment, Richie?
Well, I just think there's a valid point that when you open things up on any bull, general season, that much, extend the times, more hunting pressure, you're going to push some more of those elk in unhuntable areas. There's going to be more on private land. There's going to be more kicked over on tribal land that you're not going to be able to access. That's just a mistake, I believe.
Maybe I'll jump in here and make a few personal comments. Just mostly because I'm old. I've hunted elk longer than everybody. So I've hunted elk south slope of the Uintas, with exception of 1 year when I had a CWMU tag, since 1986. Every year, never missed one, however many years that is. And I hear a lot about this quality versus opportunity. And you know, the elk hunting can be pretty tough on the south slope because of the wilderness area and the tribal and all the issues. But the quality of the bulls has increased steadily from the 1980s until now. You know, we didn't shoot good bulls back then. You saw a spike, you were excited. And so I think from a quality standpoint, the DWR has done an excellent job. I'll admit that the tribe has helped them a lot by having that refuge, you know, there, which helps the quality because they learn. And Randall and I've debated this back and forth for 10 years. You know, there's this challenge of how you hunt that. Regarding this, so that's my background. Regarding the elk plan, you know, I really admire the bow hunters. 2 reasons. They're better hunters than me, and I can't bow hunt because I don't have enough patience. But they get opportunity. They every year we create more opportunity for bow hunters. And quietly, this extra season in December was just bow hunters. And so I have concerns, the overlapping dates with the youth hunt, that was last year or 2 years ago, whenever it was. And now they got 45 days, now they're getting a new hunt. You know, everybody in this plan gave up a little. And I understand, well, I'm not sure if you gave up or not with the bull and cow issue, you know, with the 2 tags. It depends on what side of that you're viewing it. So I have some concerns about the overlapping dates and the new hunt that's not, I mean, it's biologically insignificant, that hunt. I've heard that, you know, with the 5 tags maximum. So why we're worried about a 60%, 70% success instead of a 20% success? We're talking 2 animals a unit. So I'm not, you know, I have some concerns about that last hunt. And then I don't think we need to sugarcoat it. Nearly all of these number issues, Lindy, were created by the multi-season tags. You know, I mean, that's when we moved all the bow hunters that didn't count into our quota. And that's when Lindy was trying to keep the computer from crashing, because the tags, instead of selling out in months, it was because of the multi-season tags. And now somehow they're going to get an extra season, 4 instead of 3. So back to this, everybody gave a little. The multi-season come out of this, if as proposed, really, really well. And I think that's a problem. I'm not suggesting you eliminate them, but them hunting the 2 rifle seasons seems like it just creates more of our crowding problems. I may buy one of them just so I can hunt 14-day rifle, even though I'm not a bow hunter. You know, I mean, that's what it's created. Maybe another issue there. You may have one more hunter, me. So I think that's a problem. Overall, I commend the division and think, I mean, this is a big plan, and I'm being critical about 2 little issues. I think you've done an excellent job, Dax, and I think the committee worked through some very difficult issues. And I think it's a very good elk plan. So with that, is there any other comments before we discuss motions?
Dax, I have a quick comment question. Do you think you could address maybe the concern about the unlimited demand on like some of these border areas with out-of-state hunters, or what considerations were taken into account with that?
Yeah, you know, we looked at that. We looked at the percentage of our permits that we're selling to out-of-state hunters. For most of our hunts in Utah, we do about a 90-10 split is typically what we recommend. And we weren't really over that anywhere. We were like in that ballpark with the unlimited archery permits. And so, you know, we didn't recommend putting in quotas or anything. We're kind of just recommending keeping it simple. But that, you know, that's the type of thing, if we see a huge spike and suddenly there's a giant demand from non-residents for permits, you know, that would definitely be the type of thing we'd want to address on like a mid-plan review. Lindy, do you have anything to add to that? I lean on Lindy for all the licensing questions typically.
So I will ask if there's certain topics. Again, we do not want to dismantle this elk plan, but if we can tweak something and maybe make it a little stronger, and I guess you can make any motion you wish. I would prefer we don't look for any major overhauls. That I think, personally, I think that they've done a very good job of addressing the issues. But I'll open it to comments or discussions about a motion on specific items that maybe would need adjusted. Jeff?
If we vote on this and accept the recommendations, is there an overview in the future, or is it good for 10 years? Or is there some more data in 3 or 4 years that'll be available to us?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And, overall, we're recommending a 10-year plan with review after 5 years. Part of the plan is we're looking to expand our research, our studies that we're doing on elk. We've done a lot of work looking at deer. We've done some work looking at elk. And a lot of the work we started with looking at elk was in the book cliffs with the vaginal implant transmitter studies, looking at production, survival, pregnancy rates. And we're going to continue doing that. We're expanding that onto the NEBO unit this year. And then we're going to do some stuff in southern Utah. So we're looking to expand our knowledge base and learn more about elk. I'm really excited about the research that we have going on, all the different collar studies looking at survival, reproductive rate, body condition, habitat utilization, migration patterns and corridors, movement timing. And as we learn new things, we definitely want to incorporate, if we learn something new that's going to help us do a better job with management, we want to incorporate that as soon as possible. This plan, some parts of this plan, the idea is that they would stay the same through the life of the plan unless they're changed in a mid-plan review. Other parts, like for example, specific recommendations on permit numbers, those are going to be based on the parameters in the plan and will come before the RACs every year. Like in the spring RAC, we would recommend specific permit numbers for limited entry units, for antlerless hunts, antlerless hunts and boundaries, that type of thing. So it's a combination of some parts of the plan would stand through the life of the plan and be subject to mid-plan review. And then some parts of the plan, we're going to make recommendations and changes on an annual basis based on the parameters in the plan. So that's kind of rambling. Does that answer your question, Jeff?
And there is also the opportunity for an emergency closure or whatever.
Yeah, and
if there's a disaster.
Yeah, and that, we joked about this once in a meeting years ago. We said, if your plan says you should punch yourself in the face, then you should change your plan. And so, if we have a disaster and something isn't working right, we're definitely gonna bring it back and try to fix it.
As part of that, maybe that's what Jeff was asking about, like if that unlimited just blows up the first year, is that something that's under the permit number recommendation that can be addressed every year, or is it a mid-plan change?
So that would be probably a mid-plan change, and I anticipate there's going to be a learning curve there, and we probably need a couple of years for stuff to mellow out. One example that I brought up when we talked with folks about this was looking at turkey permits, and it's a different species, different scale, but when we went to unlimited turkey permits during that second season, the first year or two, we sold a lot of additional turkey permits, and a lot of folks thought they were going to become turkey hunters. And then after a year or two, the permits that we sold during that second unlimited season really dropped off, because I think a lot of folks realized hunting turkeys, in some ways, you can make some comparisons with hunting elk. It's kind of tricky. It takes some time, some scouting. They often hang out in areas where maybe you don't have access to go after them. And so, it took a year or two. We saw a spike in sale of turkey licenses, and then it kind of mellowed out. And I would anticipate that we probably see a similar pattern with unlimited any bull permits.
So on your turkey example, did you see a spike in turkeys killed?
No.
That was my point. I kind of think like this unlimited thing is not as scary as it sounds. If I know there's a ticket on the train and there's only a finite amount, I'm going to buy it just so I have a chance to go if I can. Yeah. If I know the train has unlimited cars and I can get a ticket whenever I want, I'm not going to jump on at 5 a.m. make sure I'm online to get my tag.
There's some interesting, human behavior dynamics that come into play here, and an idea of like scarcity or perceived scarcity influences behavior. And sometimes when we set a quota, it almost guarantees we'll sell that quota, where if it was unlimited, we might even sell less. And but I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. I can't predict the future exactly, but that's what I anticipate, that we may see a spike for a year or two, and then I think it probably will level off.
Do we have specific items that we would like to make a motion that would be separate from the proposal as a whole?
Joe has one.
Chairman, I'm a little confused on how you want to do it. Do you want a motion for the plan as a whole with the exceptions?
No, we would make a motion with the remainder of the plan as presented, once we address the issues that that we want to pull out of the plan or we want to discuss specifically. Joe, did you have one of them?
Not necessarily a motion. I'm just wondering if, some discussion about the multi-season. Ultimately, selfishly, I see this as a decline towards, I will call us frequent flyers. I've been putting in for 30 years into the Division of Wildlife draw program, 15 points in elk, 15 points in deer, and it continues to creep and creep and creep. I'm just wondering if there's some opportunity on the multi-season to maybe have people start burning points for, if we're going to let archers hunt prime rut, are we not talking about using some points there? We're not talking about using points for multi-season. I think that really is something that we need to address. And again, Dax, I know you're a smart human and biologists and trying to do the best for the herds. I believe that. And all the people, Kevin and Daniel, the people on the committee, absolutely, know what they're talking about. But selfishly, I worry about where we're going with point creep. And I think we need to do a little bit more to make people burn their points. Because as Richie mentioned, I think the quality is continuing to go down as opportunity continues to seem like it's winning over some of us frequent flyers. That age class is going down. Quality, I believe, is going down. Not on the general hunt, Brett. You make a good point. I hunted there in the 80s on the south slope, and I think that is also, improved. But the opportunity is improved, the quality is improved, but not on the limited entry hunts. And I just wonder if we're missing something with these multi-season and trying to get some points burned. So I'm not 70 years old and can't hunt by the time I draw something. So that's my comment.
Just to clarify that, Joe, you're suggesting that they lose their limited entry bonus points if they purchase. Lindy's going to talk about this, 'cause I think we're talking about two different kinds of points.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment. So these general season, multi-season is considered general season. They don't have any points associated with them. Bonus points is in the limited entry draw. So it's actually two different completely systems. Unless we made these multi-season permits, limited entry, that'd be the only way we could use bonus points for them. I see where you're going with it, help reduce, but I think most people that would apply for this hunt, if we did claim as a limited entry, would be your low point holders. People that only have one or two that will just apply every year for it, draw it, get the weighing period, and then do it again. I don't think people that have 20 points or even 15 or more would actually probably burn their bonus points for a multi-season, general season tag that has a success rate of in the low teens. But we would have to classify it as a limited entry hunt to burn bonus points. And from me sitting on the elk committee, it was kind of never discussed, and I don't think, we talked about putting it into the draw just as a general season, and they didn't want to do that either. They wanted to make sure that people had the opportunity just to buy it over the counter.
Could I comment about just the point system in general? If we look around our neighboring states, at least from what I understand, there's not many people. A lot of them say that was it feels like a great idea to put things into a draw, and now they can't get out of them, and they wish they could. And some states that are still random draws are coming, there's less opportunity of that option, I guess. But because once you start a draw, and you're kind of asking someone like Joe, he's invested 15 years plus into elk. Like you can't just turn and take that away from him. So you're pretty much stuck in that system, and it becomes just this game that you have to play. Like I brought my 12-year-old today. Like if I want him to hunt elk and there's just nothing is available but draw hunts, I now have to have this strategy. Like, okay, if he wants to hunt elk, maybe as a teenager even, I've got to put him in early, or I've got to do all these things to even get a chance to hunt elk. And you've got to start looking at other states, because like if you put all your eggs in one basket, that basket won't come around for a long time. So that's my concern, I guess, as a public person. You need to keep some of that opportunity, because pretty soon you lock yourself into either a rich man's game or a very patient man that also is looking at a lot of different opportunities to ever get an opportunity.
Just how you want to divide the pie. Yeah.
And you can always cap the numbers at a different number than 7,500. If you started having issues, you could always annually say there's only 5,000
I would believe so, because
multi-season.
DAX in the springtime would be taking out permit recommendations, permit numbers, and that's where, even though it's in the plan, is the number in the plan? 7,500 multi-season. I'll let Dax speak to that part.
Yeah, so this is kind of a unique one. Typically, we don't set permit numbers in the plans. We do them through the spring process. The elk plan is kind of the exception to that, where we do set the permit numbers in the statewide plan. It's pretty much, and it's just for those general season permit numbers. Pretty much everything else goes through in the spring RAC process. So this is the one exception where we're asking to set, the plan numbers are specifically mentioned in the statewide plan.
But in the event of an issue with that, you could always adjust that number annually.
We'd probably put the elk plan on the agenda we'd have to put the elk plan on the agenda to follow, public meetings, compliance laws and that type of thing if we're going to change the elk plan through the permit process.
Is there any, did that answer your question, Joe?
Yes.
Any other topics before we tackle the plan as a whole that we want to discuss specifically by the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we accept the proposal as presented, with the caveat of a 5-year update on where we're at.
Make sure that fits your process on that 5-year, just make sure that's clear, Dax.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we're proposing, that we hunt for 5 years and then conduct a plan review, and then we'd present the findings of that review as we came through the RAC that year after that review, mid-plan review.
Would it be possible to potentially add into that proposal for the habitat objective 2, where the federal agencies could potentially work with the division to tweak some of that language so we're not backed into a corner, especially with environmental groups?
You can amend the motion.
Could I amend your motion to add that? Okay.
Jeff,
I would accept that.
you would
amendment.
accept that. So why don't you, we're going to withdraw that first motion and then we're going to restate a new motion, okay?
Okay.
Hold on just 1 second before you do that.
Brett, just super quick, one point of clarification. I just got a message from Salt Lake. So the plan sets what we recommend. The plan for the general season permit numbers, they're not necessarily set in the plan. That's what we recommend, but the permit numbers are approved annually. So yes, there's the ability to change those annually without changing the plan. So that, some of the semantics here, so just to make that clear.
Except the unlimited portion of that, right?
Well, I think that would probably be on the table too. If permit numbers can go through annually, that would be what we'd recommend.
Okay, we're going to start over here with the new motion, including Natasha's comment.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion that we accept the statewide elk management plan with the stipulation that federal agencies will be involved in the process. Habitat objective 2 on the habitat. So you want to read that?
Yeah, so that we have. Oh, sorry. So that the federal agencies have the ability to work with the division to tweak some of the language on habitat objective 2 in the plan, in the elk plan.
Do you see any problems with that, Dax?
I don't think so. Like I said, our intent was, we want to make a position known on some of these habitat objectives in the plan. We tried to word it to not paint our federal partners into a corner. And I saw an email from the Forest Service. I got a copy of, I can't remember if it was last night or today. It's all kind of a blur. But I did see that, and the language that was suggested by the forest was not concerning. I think we can work with that.
Okay, we have a motion by Jeff to accept the elk plan as presented, with the exception of an addition that the federal agencies be included in objective 2. Is that right, correct, Miles? The habitat objective 2. Any further work and discussion on objective 2? Do we have a second?
Chairman, I'd like to amend the motion as well. And just amend the motion to remove the sentence concerning cattle in the disease portion, the brucellosis. These radical groups will use any species they can to kill any industry they can, including hunting and recreation. Let's not load the bullets and let them fire them at us. So my motion would be to remove the one sentence.
So we have an amended motion on the table, the previous stated items, plus the removal of the one sentence regarding brucellosis in the plan that targets brucellosis moving one direction from cattle to wildlife. Is that correct, Richie?
Yep.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
We have a second by Natasha. All in favor? Joe?
No.
Did he say? No. All opposed? You opposed? Okay, we have, Tim, did you?
I'm against it.
He's opposed. So I believe we had 5, 4, and 3 opposed. Motion passes. Thank you. Very good discussion. Thank you, public, for asking the good questions and all your online comments that got us all our questions. We're going to take a 10-minute break and resume at 9:05, and we'll try to roll through the rest of this in an hour. That's my goal.
I understand that, but the older plan did pass most of the racks. We have not. You're saying that's, so the disabled one, I know that's. Yeah, that was Kenny Jones. Guaranteed tax.
Yeah. Thank you for mentioning with the holidays, right? We can really, this is actually our busiest week, the busiest time of year. We're classified, we will be catching two this year. We'll be doing our normal dare captures. Next feed.
Good to see you down. Take it easy. No more sneaky texts in the middle of the meeting, right? Yeah, exactly. That's when I said the limited. You'll remember me.
Yeah, no, we catch up. I don't think we should talk to everything.
Yeah, 15 years ago. And so I don't want to, that's why I come to these. That's why I come to these. I don't want to go back there. That was just awesome. Like, okay, yeah, so I don't even want to go that way anymore because they were on the edge. So that's right. People call me saying, you guys were getting more above and beyond back then, and that's where they had 5 days on the archery. There was a season that never really happened. Like I said, they had 5 days. The archery service, I've been out the last 2 years with you. Well, it's just not pretty much look at how. The numbers were so small. Thanks, Jack. So small. What? A giant impact. Because I mean, on that one, I was thinking that we're going to revisit that this year. And that would put it longer. I know you have to do different. So many calendar days.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And I just don't want to watch it in the racks. No one got it. So, and then what happens, I get calls. Process as well. Like I said, I hear it after the fact. So if you're not gonna go, lucky if you used to have these kind of your own kind of not a lot of pressure. Yeah, like, but we'll start with left, so we just like feel it. Yeah, I agree. And I've been asked before, oh, can I get it? I broke my ankle. It's a big one. You can't, it has to be a permanent. And we'll give them one for that thing here, which this is at least the whole. Yeah. I've got a question on that. So I can go to I have no spectator nuts. And that's what I was cow. You know, cow. A whole month I was like, is there a season extension before or after? And there wasn't. I didn't need it. Well, it was getting close. Yeah. I mean, loose numbers are down. 1,200 miles. Yeah. On a calendar. That's crazy. Did not even 41. Current Creek, yes. Current Creek is outside of the calendar. It is in the whole area. Plenty of them up there, right? A mile of the border, but into the cow area. Wild just got a hold of it. We did 2 days on ending, but still. Yeah. So I was wondering, like, give an exception, or give you one on the lifetime goals, but not on the antlers, but now it makes sense because it's a. Years, that was the same time.
He's the one that made it.
And that makes sense. Yeah, you gotta remember reasonable. Just like well, the deer, a lot of guys that have that 5-year rice is great. And it's very unique. It's very unique to go out and help out. I do just the real market. Yeah. But I also, it takes. They reach the age. So yeah. Last 2 years, they had a hunting. Maybe they can add. If you're gonna leave, you got to make it. Look at all those things. It's not in it. It's on the wall. It's coming out the wall. It's not painted on. It's coming out. Another one are critters, animals and stuff. They're coming. The footprints are like.
Yeah, I think that was. I'd like to.
It may be just one situation.
This says conventional archery.
Yeah, crossbow. There's no cams, no.
Well, no.
just single string.
Yeah, I mean, so, but like to qualify. We'll have to. Yeah. This was written, like, before we started doing.
I don't know if any of it was
Okay, we're gonna get started again. The next, are we going, Mike? Okay. The next item on the list is the once-in-a-lifetime hunt season dates. Are you going to present that, Dax?
Yep. So I'm Dax Mangus, the big game coordinator, again, are still here. Rusty Robinson, the once in a lifetime program coordinator. He is out of town this week, and so I'll cover this agenda item from him. These are the 2023 and 2024 once in a lifetime season dates for big game. We are proposing season dates for the next 2 years, since very often these don't change year to year. But we would have the ability to come back next fall and go through them if we need to make a change. But if not, maybe we'll have a much shorter agenda for the fall RAC next November. There is one correction that I want to bring to your attention that wasn't in the presentation. We found some hunts, our bighorn sheep hunts, where we had previously agreed to end those hunts on a specific calendar day. Some of them November 10th and some of them November 30th. But through the process, we're transitioning to a new database where we store big game data and make hunt recommendations. And the database automatically adjusted all of our days based on the calendar for the next couple of years, and we didn't catch it till after the fact. So we are recommending to amend that recommendation to have those desert bighorn sheep hunts continue to go till the 10th of November as they have in the past, and those rocky hunts to go till the end of November as they have in the past. And other than that, yeah, I can take any questions about the recommendations.
There was virtually no changes, right? Just business as usual.
Pretty minimal changes. We are recommending adding an additional bison hunt in the Book Cliffs, a later season hunt. And we're going to try to, we're still trying to figure out exactly the right amount of pressure on that south side of the Book Cliffs and the roadless area where we can find the right balance with hunters and animal distribution. So we are recommending adding a later hunt that we anticipate it'll be probably, more targeting bison that are there in the South Book Cliffs, more so than in the roadless area. But that's, and most of the rest of this is just kind of business as usual. Now we're recommending a new bighorn hunt in the Mineral Mountains, but not starting next year, but starting the year after, just based on the age class of available rams. So.
And then the only thing that affects really the Northeast region is that one goat tag that
Yeah.
was in the UNS is moving to the Beaver,
Moving the archery goat tag from the UNS to the Beaver.
the archery.
Yep.
Questions from the RAC? Go ahead, Jamie.
Dax, what is the success rate on that hunt that you're proposing for the bison, the new bison hunt?
Clint, do you know what and we don't have this year's success rate information yet, but do you know, Clint, maybe the last year or two, what our success rate's been on the roadless area bison hunts? It's been, Clint says about 80% of the cow hunts, about 100% on the bull hunts. This year, we had tweaked that boundary a little bit to include the South Book Cliffs with the roadless area. So this year will be the first year with kind of a little bit different boundary, but those numbers are based on the roadless area hunts in the past. So.
Any questions from the public? Did we have any comment cards for this topic?
Joe, I think Joe has a comment, and then Jamie had a comment card, but she's taking Tim's place for the tribe. So when we get the comment section, we'll call for her.
Okay, Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, just again, Dax, maybe the objective of that bison hunt is that to allow more bison to funnel into the roadless area? And are you concerned about access?
So the roadless area seems to really hold high concentrations, high numbers of bison. And so we've targeted more hunts to that area to try to make sure we don't go over the population objective in the Book Cliffs. And so that's why we're harvesting some cows there and also some bulls. So there's opportunity for some bull harvest, and then the cow harvest is focused on population management. We're trying to find the right balance to where we don't have the roadless area. It's the biggest little unit we have, in some ways, where it can sure feel really big when you're in there on the ground. But if you look at it on a map, it's not that big. And if you're, a hardcore horseman or mule rider, you can cover a lot of ground pretty quick, but it can feel really big and really small both at the same time, especially with really only two main access points. So we're trying to find the right level where we can get the harvest we need to manage to the objective and provide opportunity for folks to hunt bulls, but also not put so much hunting pressure in there that we get to a place where, you start moving bison out of there. That's part of why we expanded the boundary. Does that answer your question, Joe?
Yes. And the objective is to potentially harvest a few more and help maybe some of the other species recover a little better, elk and deer.
Yeah, we're trying to have a good, some of our direction in the Book Cliffs bison plan is to have a good distribution of bison across the unit. And we have seen a real concentration in that area during our counts the last few years.
Yeah, thanks, Dax.
Jamie, would you like to comment further?
Sure. Are we at the comments section now? Yeah. All right. So my comment for that hunt, the new bison hunt you're proposing with the dates of November 1st through January 31st for 2023 and October 30th through January 31st, 2024. We just need to remember that Sago trailhead and access area is closed from December 1st through April 30th. As per our agreement, that would be something that we just need to keep in mind as far as the tribe goes.
Thanks, Jamie. Yeah, and we're aware of that. I think we'll make sure we put that in the notes on our hunt planner and maybe even advisory for folks when they apply that there is no access through that Sago Trail, the totem pole trail. There's no access across that after the end of November. We will do that.
did we have public feedback on this online?
Yes. There was some public feedback. Really not much feedback, but people did kind of cast their vote. 67% people strongly agreed. 17% somewhat agreed. 17% were neutral, and then no people were disagreeing with this proposal. Really, the only comment that was made is that someone supported the Book Cliffs bison hunt. So that was it.
Is there any further discussion from the RAC?
Dax, how many bison are in the roadless right now? Just the roadless.
Okay, I'll have Clint come up and talk to that, and his answer is going to be that it varies, I think, but I'll let Clint answer that. Clint's the biologist in that area.
You can kind of determine on your average.
Yeah, this is Clint Sampson, the wildlife biologist. So you want average like throughout the year, or you want like day and time?
No, you know what I want. Just an average of how many bisons in the
Okay,
roadless
so
area.
in the fall, typically what we see is an increase to a certain point. Usually we count in February, we fly, but I try to make several trips throughout the summer and late fall and observe what I can on the ground on horseback. But typically this time of year in the fall, we have around probably close, including calves, anywhere from 350 to 400 head. Right now, it can increase sometimes through the winter, and then it can also decrease if the snow gets too deep and forces them back out or forces them down into certain areas. In the springtime, there seems like there's a big evacuation, and a lot of the animals go further west above like Bear Trap Knoll and certain areas like that on the tribe, and so it definitely fluctuates from month to month. And we saw this last year that they definitely respond to hunting pressure in there as well. And so it's pretty impressive, their ability to find places where they're not going to get harassed. So.
Thank you.
Jamie?
So as part of this tribe for the once in a lifetime hunts, the tribe does also oppose the over-the-counter hunter's choice hunt that's taking place on the 9 mile. Thank you.
Okay, if there's any further discussion, or if there's not, I'll entertain a motion on the once in a lifetime hunt season dates.
I'd make a motion to accept it as presented.
I second.
Motion and a second.
Yeah. Tosh, you second?
Oh, Mallory. Okay, all in favor? Joe?
Yes.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-1. We will now move to the 2023-24 big game hunting seasons and the key dates.
So, again, these recommendations are for the 2023 and 2024 seasons. Pretty standard stuff here, not a whole lot of changes from the structure on those dates. There are some changes that are based on the stuff we did in the elk plan with the dates there, and then there were a couple changes on a couple pronghorn units, one in northern Utah, one kind of in south central Utah, and a deer unit change in northern Utah, breaking a group of units into separate units to manage them kind of the way we do with all of our other general season deer units across the state. And I'm happy to answer any questions or yeah.
Questions from the RAC? Is there any questions from the public? Okay, hearing none. Do we have a comment, Mallory?
Yeah, I have a question. I have a question on the, I guess it's the limited entry buck deer hunt I think you're still calling it the 9 mile, the muzzleloader late season. Is that in this discussion?
Yes.
Is
yeah.
it just dates right now that's in discussion?
So this would be whether or not we're going to have the hunt, what the boundaries would be, and what the dates would be. Permit numbers would be decided in the spring.
Can you give any data or information on that late hunt? It's happening right now. So
Yeah.
whatever you call it.
That South Slope, Mighton, Randall, we got Randall Thacker, the biologist for that unit here. Maybe Randall we don't have harvest data or anything like that yet because the hunt's going on right now. But if you have any anecdotal feedback or anything, Randall, do you want to share?
So how do you determine how many permits next year? It's later date, same as the rest?
Sorry, say that again. Sorry, I
So
couldn't
to
hear.
determine the permits and dates for next year, is it a later decision, or is the dates going to be set right now?
So the dates would be set right now. The permit numbers would be set in the spring.
So the hunt is happening again next year.
Yes, we're proposing that right now. Right now is where we, would make a recommendation with regard to that.
Dax, can you hear me? This is Randall Thacker, the biologist for the area out there. Again, we actually even sent out a letter to all of those who came to the meetings last week, informing them of what the recommendation process is, what we're going through, to try to let them know that because the hunt isn't over yet, we don't have any data on it yet. We told them in that letter that assuming, if there are no major problems, that we'll go ahead with a similar situation with the hunt next year. Either way, we will have the hunt in the books. We will be able to set permit numbers, though, in the spring. And so if there is a major problem here, we could cut permit numbers down to very, 1 or 2, honestly, if we had to, and I'll essentially address any problems we have in that way. We had very high success draw on that hunt. The applicant, very few people applied for the hunt. We only had 25 people apply for 20 permits. I think that, and my guess is that means a lot of them were probably folks who already had access and probably owned land or had a relative who did and are going to be there. So that makes me feel a little better about the chances of it being effective. But we'll see how that all works out. We don't know who all is related to everybody, of course, who drew permits. And so, but we had very high success. Those folks who put in for that permit, getting the permit. We just don't know how that hunt's going to run until it's over.
One more question about it. Because I'm from out there, and the questions I'm getting, I'm relaying to you. So what is the objective? Like, is there a number or just what's the objective?
The objective is that area down there is turning out to have, in just the last 5 years, has turned out to have a really high frequency of CWD, chronic wasting disease, positive animals testing positive out there. More than half of the positives we're finding in the state the last 2 years have been out there. And so in that fairly localized area there. And so it's enough to be of concern. The objective is to try to start reducing the mature buck density in that area, the number of bucks per square mile type stuff. We need to remove and reduce the number of big bucks that are out there. Those big bucks are much more likely. They've studied this in other states quite a bit. This is the most effective way to reduce the potential spread in the future of chronic wasting disease, is to reduce the density of mature bucks in that area. The mature bucks are much more likely to leave an area if there's a high number of deer there, of other bucks there during the rut, and especially at the tail end of the rut. If there's still a lot of bucks in there, they're running into other bucks and not getting their opportunities to breed. They are much more likely to disperse, go to other areas if you have a high density of deer and bucks in the area. And so if you can reduce those numbers a little bit, they're less likely to leave that area and potentially spread the disease to other deer at other areas. So the intent is really to start reducing the number of bucks down there. It is all private, as you're very well aware, which means that folks can control who is or isn't on their property, which is can be good or can be bad. In this sense, we wish we could reduce them even more, the numbers of bucks out there, but this is a starting point to see if it can work out there and how many, different kinds of, what other kind of problems we're going to have with the hunt out there. So this was its first year of this hunt. But yeah, we'll have the hunt. We'll probably need to be on the books next year. If it does work at all, if it's effective, we want it on the books so we can have it. So right now we've recommended to have that hunt again next year, but we'll set permit numbers at a later date. Does that answer questions?
Hey, Randall, just one quick question. When we met with those landowners in February, the division agreed to increase law enforcement during that hunt. Has that been the case? Or?
The officers have been down there trying as hard as they've been trying hard to be out there and stuff. Now, it just got started last week. So it's kind of right now they're trying.
Thank you.
Randall, you still got that mic?
Yes.
And it, JC, please.
JC Brewer, you mentioned a few minutes ago, and I didn't comment on it or even ask a question on it because we wasn't doing hunt dates, but you mentioned the possibility of the splitting the spike hunts into 2 hunts. How do you envision that working? Are you going to propose that that a hunter buying a spike tag has to buy a tag for one hunt or another, 2 different dates, to split the hunters into 2 groups? Is that what you've got in mind?
No, so we are recommending that for the any bull, the general season any bull hunts, but not for the spike hunt. We're recommending just leaving the spike hunt alone, leaving it how it has been.
Okay, I misunderstood you then, because I was just trying to go back to my notes, and that wasn't what I understood.
I talked so long for so much. If anyone understood everything I said, it's a miracle.
Okay, never mind.
Do you want to talk? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
We had one comment card from Tim. Tim, did you want to get up and talk on this topic? Sorry, we're on big game season dates at this point.
Tim Rufflin again, with Disabled Sportsmen and Women of Utah. Thank you guys, the RAC and the Division of Wildlife for in the past giving some opportunities for people with disabilities. I was just telling Wendy, thank you for the last 15 years. They've gone above and beyond for some of the dates that offer opportunities for people with disabilities and for the youth. I just had some concern on some of the dates. I think she cleared up some of them, but the main one was the concern of the overlap, the archery hunt, as Brent mentioned 2 years ago, 2020 and last year was extended 5 extra days, and it overlaps the youth limited entry hunt as well as the disabled hunt, and it's added a lot of pressure. The recommendation or proposal I would like someone to make a motion to change that somehow. I'm not sure if that's in the rule or if they keep it for the archery guys to maybe extend and give the youth and disabled an extra 5 days on the end of it, because there's so much pressure during that 5 days in the any bull units with the general season archery people, because it's desired time. It's during more towards the rut. It's mid-September.
What's the length of the youth hunt? How many days does it not overlap?
It's usually a 10-day hunt. It was 17th through 27th. So now they extended
4-day overlap and a 6-day.
It's usually a 5-day overlap. It depends on the year.
Half and half.
Yeah. So it's took the disabled and youth hunt from it.
9-day hunt, 5-day overlap.
Yep.
Yeah. So somehow they could accommodate and go on the end. And I know I'd mentioned that last year, but they said, well, then it'll go into the general season muzzleloader deer. True, but the archers come into the limited entry youth and disabled hunt to start. So maybe a peas or somewhere in between. But it does make a giant impact having that many people on the any bull unit hunts during that time, pressuring that. When that originally 15 years ago, when that date was put forward, it was with Kenny Johnson and them and 3 years of RAC meetings. And it was originally just a disabled hunt for that area for non-pressure, because guys that are disabled in wheelchairs have a hard time getting around. It's very hard, and many of them don't hunt anymore if they don't even get a chance to see an animal, let alone harvest. So,
Okay,
I think that's it.
the online comments that came in, 29% of the respondents were strongly agreed, 18% somewhat agreed, 12% were neutral, 18% somewhat disagreed, 24% strongly disagreed. One of the people just commented they really agreed with the late archery hunt, unlimited entry units to help with point creep. And I think some of the disagreement was the 5-day split hunts on the rifle seasons, what they commented on specifically.
This is the topic where there was that discussion on the overlap of the mid-season limited entry rifle and the spike, the direct overlap. Also, some of them comments. Yeah, some of them. Any comments from the RAC? Jamie?
So I will just bring up my comment that I made previously when we were doing the overall map. I'm Jamie Reeve with the Tribe Fish and Wildlife. So again, the state has an agreement with the tribe that sets a deer season in place. And I think originally that was set as our time to hunt deer. Since then, they've added the disability hunt and the youth archers, which doesn't add as much as the general season archery hunt after they extended that hunt. So I guess we're looking for support to have that, any bull general season archery hunt, and on the Friday following the deer archery hunt. And if we can't do it, I mean, we're just concerned about that south slope unit, but we're, maybe it's overlapping if do it throughout the state or for that whole hunt, but specifically for the south slope unit.
I guess, my take on it is we've created this overlap, and now there's 4, if you count the tribal hunters. There's 4 different groups all overlapping at that same time. But the extension on the back end, we'd create a new overlap with the muzzleloaders, but I guess my opinion is that's, a muzzleloader and a youth rifle hunter, they're not as in direct conflict as a bow hunter and a rifle hunter.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, and maybe just a little background. So the 5-day extension to the archery any bull season was actually a recommendation that came about by a private individual that took it around to the RACs and garnered support for that, and it was approved by the RACs and the board. That was 2 years ago. And then there was a lot of positive feedback, but if you look at 12,000 general season archery elk hunters, that's a much larger group than maybe 200 or 300 disabled hunters, or I think 300 or 400 youth hunters, and we don't hear a lot from the tribal deer hunters. So it sounds like there's some conflict. That's especially if you're hunting elk. That week in kind of mid-September is definitely a prime week when it seems like a lot of people want to be out hunting elk. But that's the background on that hunt, just so everyone is aware of kind of where it came from and where it got there. And it does seem to be very popular among a large group of general season archery elk hunters. But sounds like, yeah, it's tricky. There's only so many days. There's only so many days to hunt, and everybody wants to be out there, and they don't want to be out there alone.
Jamie, could you clarify again? So the state had an agreement not to overlap that hunt, and now it's overlapping it? Or what?
So when it, from what I understand, when it was made, is kind of a standalone season where we would be allowed to hunt deer. And I think it stayed that way for quite a while. It doesn't say necessarily like we will have that hunt specifically put aside. I think things just kind of creep in and creep in. And that extension that went through with the archery kind of, you're putting more hunters out there. So our season is still set as per our agreement. However, we oppose that extension just because now it's putting excessively more people into that season.
I got you. Thank you.
And like I said, it's specifically for the South Slope. You know, if you guys want to do that everywhere else in the state, that's fine. But I would, my recommendation is for the South Slope unit to end on that Friday after the deer archery.
Could I ask a question, Jamie, just so I can understand? Is the tribal hunt, is that, explain like boundaries, is that tribal members hunting on tribal land, or are they allowed to hunt other areas?
So it's tribal exterior boundary. It's not tribal trust land. It's actually the South Slope Forest Unit is what we'd hunt. That's the unit that we hunt in.
Okay, that makes sense. I would think if it was just tribal trust land, you'd want us guys kicking them animals around a little bit for you.
And just a comment, man, especially on limited entry units, it takes so long to draw them now. As much overlap that could be avoided, I think should be avoided. Just because that's sometimes for people getting to be my age, that may be a once in a lifetime hunt. And so just try to avoid the overlap and let those people that may have a once in a lifetime opportunity have that once in a lifetime opportunity. Thanks.
Let me clarify one thing, Lindy. Can the youth hunters hunt the general season after they have that limited entry youth tag, or is that the end of their season?
So just to clarify, it's not a limited entry hunt, it's a general season any bull hunt, but it's a once in a youth lifetime. So the youth only can apply for it during their youth life. So it is a once in a lifetime hunt for the youth. And that's the only season they get. It's just those 9 days that they don't get to hunt into, October during the annual season. It's just that 9 days only.
Can't they hunt the extended archery? Or is that not the case?
It's not an archery permit, it's a rifle tag.
I have a question, Lindsay or Dax. How many disabled hunters, is the pool of hunters that may be affected by the dates?
Yeah, so this year we had exactly 313 people be approved for this season extension, but it's general season deer and elk. I'd have to dig more into the actual data, so I can get back to you guys and let you know for sure, but that's like a tomorrow thing. And a season extension, but it's 313 that are approved this year for that extension.
Are they the same season, or are they different seasons for the elk and deer?
They're different seasons. Deer has a 5-day pre-season extension. So if you draw for general season deer permit, you get to hunt 5 days before the hunt starts.
Tim, you might know some of these 313 people. Would you say there's a split between half are hunting elk, half are hunting deer, mostly deer?
Yeah.
Okay. Good guess.
Since they started that general season archery extended it to 5 days the last 2 years, I just advocate, and I've heard a handful and I've experienced it firsthand. There's a lot of people in the field during that prime time rut, especially bow. So there's a lot of pressure. And like I said, it's not just the disabled guys. We can get that season extension every year and go each year. The youth, it's a general season, but they have to still apply in limited amount, draw, I think 500. And then they go out there and think it's going to be a great time. And there's all these general season people there. If those youth draw it once, they probably won't draw it because they can't draw it once they reach of age. So.
Okay. Do we have a desire to make any recommendations other than what was presented?
Hey, Brett, I have another question if possible.
Go ahead.
Jamie Reeve again. What was the end date for that archery before it was extended? Do you guys remember?
It ended on a Friday in the past, and then the youth hunt, that early rifle youth hunt would run a Saturday through the next Sunday, so 9 days. So that hunt used to end on a Friday, and the 5-day extension to the archery and bull hunt now has it go, in the additional Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So
Thank you.
Anybody want to make a stab at it with a motion?
I would like to make a motion to accept the plan with exception of the any bull elk general season archery season to end sooner. I don't know what sooner is. For me, it's the Friday following the archery deer. I don't know if anybody feels that it needs to end sooner than that.
You got that? Will you state that?
So trying to understand that, if I may. So the Friday of the archery deer, isn't it just 5 days before?
So Jamie, would it be safe to say that you'd want to end the general season archery 5 days earlier than it is currently proposed?
Yes.
So that would just have it ending on that Friday, the same day that the archery deer hunt ends. I think if I'm just trying to get clarity. So is that?
I thought the archery deer hunt ended the Sunday before, the 13th.
So
Which would be what it
Looks like
was.
it's the
back-
15th on the,
Which would be the previous date back when, right, Dex?
it's tough because I need I'm a visual. I got to look at a calendar to wrap my head around this.
Ask Randall.
Randall, do you know or remember? Help me out here if you can. Don't we have the general season archery deer hunt and general season archery elk hunt used to end on the same Friday, the same day? Yeah. So now the deer hunt ends that Friday, the elk hunt goes 5 more days is how it's been the last 2 years. So on the any bull units.
So the proposal is to go back to what it originally was. Was that a motion, Jamie?
Yes.
We have a motion to accept the proposal as presented with the exception of the ending date on the archery elk general season to reduce it by 5 days to eliminate the overlap with the youth and tribal and disabled hunts. Do we have a second?
Could I amend that motion? Also, amend the motion to recommend to the Wildlife Board to look at ways to minimize overlapping hunts in limited entry units.
Just as a recommendation to look for opportunity to eliminate the overlap?
Correct.
Okay. Are you okay with that, Jamie?
Yes, and if it makes it any easier to swallow, we could even reduce it to just a south slope,
It
only.
just expanded your motion. He's just talking about also
Okay.
on limited entry
Yes, that's
to
fine.
make an effort. Your motion was specific on that one hunt.
Yes.
And then he's amended it to say, and recommend to the Wildlife Board that they look at other opportunities to eliminate overlap.
Yes, that's
Okay, do we have a second? I'm not sure whose motion that is after it got amended.
Hey, Brad. Joe.
Yes, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah. So could we amend that motion to just include the south slope? Because it looks like with new limited entry or new general season areas potentially open up, there would be some compromise there with the tribe, not interfering with their hunt, but maybe still keeping that 5 day in those new areas in the elk management plan.
Yeah, that would be fine. It's specific to south slope. That'd be perfect.
We keep changing that, Miles. Just put a little arrow only on the south slope.
It's getting a little confusing. So just the Yellowstone or South Slope Yellowstone and South Slope Vernal?
Whatever hunts are in that, I don't think we've ever really determined on if the South Slope, but I would say South Slope Yellowstone is acceptable.
There is a piece of the world that has some tribe too, so it probably should include.
So maybe both the South Slope Yellowstone and South Slope.
You've got all the area. So the White Rocks River is the current boundaries. There's a lot of tribal land east of there. All right, Miles, you got that now? Do we have a second?
So, Mr. Chairman, can we just clarify the motion and the amendment to the motion real quick? Just so we're all on the same page, thank you.
I'll take a stab at it. Okay, accept plan with the general season archery elk hunt ending 5 days earlier than proposed for the South Slope, Yellowstone, and Vernal units. And also to recommend to the Wildlife Board to look at ways to limit overlap on limited entry units.
I'll second that motion as amended.
We have a motion and we have a second. All in favor? Joe?
Yes.
Eric? You're no? Motion passes 7-1. Okay, we will now move on to the emerging technologies, restricted weapons definition amendments. I'll just start this off, say the online portion was misinterpreted by a lot of people, that it was affecting normal archery hunts and normal muzzleloader hunts, where the intent was just on the restricted weapons hunts. And I'm not sure we have many of them left after this elk plan, do we? The restricted weapons hunts, maybe we have some around. So Derek, go ahead and give us a good overview and start it off.
All right, yeah, I just wanted to make it, to start off, if it's okay, Mr. Chairman, a couple clarifications, then I have a statement I'd like to read that to help clarify a few things. But the first clarification is in the division's proposal for the restricted weapons definitions, there was an archery definition. And we wanted to make that clear that that was not a recommendation that came from the committee, the technology committee. The technology committee recommended to have any bow as long as it didn't have an electronic sight. And the division in internal discussions thought that we needed to restrict that further, and that's why they went with the longbow recurve bows. So we just wanted to make that clear. That was not from the committee. The other recommendations are what the committee recommended. And then I'd like to read this statement. Over the past several weeks, including discussions held during the other RAC meetings, the division has received a lot of feedback on the restricted weapons definition agenda item. RAC and board members, technology committee members, public constituents, and others have asked for clarification on why the division only brought forth restricted weapons definitions at this time, and what we plan to do with all of the other technology-related issues the committee discussed. In response to those questions and multiple requests for clarification, the division provides the following update. First off, we want to thank members of the Technology Committee again for their work throughout this process. You've helped us identify technology-related issues that need to be addressed in relation to how we hunt. We want to ensure that the principles of ethics and fair chase are maintained while providing for positive hunting experiences by the public. Doing so will help maintain public support for hunting, which is important to all of us. A full list of the technology-related recommendations wasn't brought forth during this RAC and board cycle because we are still in the process of reviewing all of the recommendations discussed by the committee. When changes to administrative rules are proposed, the division must consider 1, how it will be enforced, 2, the level of public support. 3, if it conflicts with other code, rule, or policy. And 4, potential unintended consequences of our decisions. These are important issues and we don't take them lightly. Some of the changes are complex. All of them have the potential to change how we use hunting as a management tool in our state. This requires a detailed analysis to understand all of the biological, social, and legal ramifications of the decisions we'll be asking the Wildlife Board to make. We intend to work through the full list of Technology Committee recommendations. With the help of the committee, we'll determine which tools and strategies can be supported and then build a comprehensive list of recommendations for public input, RAC review, and board consideration for the April-May 2023 RAC and board cycle. This would include the items recommended by SFW during this RAC cycle and referenced in their letter to the RACs, as well as the other issues discussed by the committee. Our current proposal for restricted weapons definition remains unchanged. These definitions could provide additional tools to help implement the statewide elk management plan that was previously presented. So another point of clarification. So the recommendations the division is proposing tonight is the restricted weapons definitions for muzzle or archery, muzzleloader, any weapon, handgun, and shotgun. And the other item that is an action item is it's a broad statement on technology and that was in the RAC packet. Kind of a broad technology policy statement, I guess. So those are the things the division is proposing at this time.
The Technology Committee is not a DWR committee. It's wide membership.
Yeah, we had 2 co-chairs. I was a co-chair, and Gabe Patterson, who's a law enforcement officer, was the other co-chair. We were the division reps on the committee, but the rest of the committee were non-DWR employees, similar to the elk plan.
I'll maybe start off with a question. I've had some issues come in about the lack of definition on the shotgun and handgun, that maybe there's some loopholes there, some technology with shotguns specific primarily that already exist that maybe we don't have the teeth in there to keep it primitive. And I'm not up on that topic enough to really give you the details, but it comes down with the riflings and the how far it can shoot.
Yeah, so for the shotgun and the handgun definitions, those 2 were already in our hams hunt definitions of weapon types. So we just adopted those in. So in the committee, we didn't specifically discuss shotguns and handguns.
Do you think maybe there is an opportunity? It seems like, we've seen it happen with other weapons where
there's
technology goes pretty fast.
I don't know that there's a lot of room for major advancing in the technology of the shotgun because it is restricted with no optics. And I think that limits a lot of the effective range of most weapon types.
Wouldn't it be the reloading capability though? You can pop, pop, pop,
Right.
pop.
You could shoot rapidly. Yes.
Shoot rapidly. Sorry for the sound.
Says there's no semi-automatics allowed, right, in this rule?
In the shotgun?
Yeah.
No. For the rifle definition, no semi-automatics. But for shotgun, it is not specific to eliminate semi-autos.
Okay. And what about the real big high-power pistols? The 50 caliber type pistols.
Yeah, we didn't limit the caliber of the handgun, just the optics on it and the barrel length, and then obviously the other stuff like the gripping and adding a stock to it.
Thank you.
So these definitions would just apply to restricted weapons hunts?
Yeah, so that's another kind of confusing. So what the proposal is, there's these restricted weapons definitions where there currently are no restricted weapons hunts. Like they don't exist. We want to have that as a tool in the future that would come through the process again when we would recommend a potential restricted weapon hunt. However, with the HAMS definitions already out there, we didn't want to have like 3 different definitions for muzzleloaders in the state. And so to make it simple, we're asking that the restricted weapons definitions also apply to the HAMS hunt, if that makes sense. So currently, the HAMS muzzleloader definition would, if these are accepted, would be changed slightly. You wouldn't be able to use your modern inline muzzleloaders on the HAMS hunt.
What's the current rule on the bows on hams? Can they use compound?
Yes, currently, yes.
So
This
that would
proposal
also-
would change,
that would
not
change-
for the archery only hunt, that is the month of September on a HAMS unit. This would just be for during the HAMS portion, which is the 45-day hunt that we currently have on some units. Does that make sense? We're trying to make it as confusing as we can.
Is there any intention to like increase permit numbers because of maybe some restrictions due to the muzzle or, some of the major changes? In anticipation of that.
You're speaking to the HAMS units?
Yeah.
I mean, that wasn't discussed in the committee, but I mean, that's if success rates do, we look at that on all of our hunts. If they get low enough, yeah, we could recommend increases in permits.
I just have a question to clarify. You said the committee did not recommend to change the archery to recurve for longbow. And then somebody else did, the DNR, the
Yes.
Wildlife Board.
Not the board, that was internally in the
Internally.
in the Division of Wildlife, yes.
So is there anybody here that can answer why? Because a compound can't shoot further than
Yeah.
a shotgun or muzzleloader.
Yeah, part of the reason for that is we were making kind of some significant changes to the muzzleloaders and the other weapon types. And without changing the archery, we felt like it wasn't, I don't know what the term is, equal or fairly, so we wanted to make it more of a significant change. And there is quite a bit of, over the years, there's been a lot of public that want something specific to the what we call traditional archery, the longbow and recurve.
Well, so there's the HAMS hunt that's already set up. Is there, like for the traditional archery guys, for example, is it looking for a potential archery hunt that would be like a restricted archery hunt just for them? Or is the thought that they would still always be with the handgun archery muzzle
So
shotgun?
there's the potential. I mean, that would be up to individual units or biologists. It would be a tool that could be used. You could have a restricted archery hunt in the future if this passed. The tool would be there. I don't know that that's been discussed as any potential units for that or hunts for that.
Sorry, I keep talking. Is this kind of the area that they brought up, like a high Uintas muzzleloader hunt as an example?
Oh,
this
that
the
was
discussion.
That was in the elk plan when they talked about
maybe
that.
just the elk plan.
I don't know if that was, maybe Dax could talk to that.
Yeah, so part of it, there's some overlap. We tried to leave the door open in the elk plan to be able to potentially use some of these restricted weapons definitions if they are approved, for some of those kind of adaptive opportunities, some of those kind of creative outside the box type hunts. And that was when we threw in there as an example. Maybe it might have even scared Randall. He never recommended that. That just was like an example of the type of hunt that something like that might be able to be used for to create a unique opportunity for a limited entry hunt, maybe in an area or a spot or a season where we haven't had one before. And any type of hunt like that would have to come through like this fall rack processing and be vetted through the public process and ultimately be approved by the board if we were going to implement it.
From the public. Go ahead first, and then Tyrell, you can follow.
Thank you. So I'm gonna follow up with Mallory's question. So can you share with us when you discussed the whole purpose of a restricted weapon and the effective ranges that was discussed in the committee meeting. What were those? And so specifically when you get into a hams type hunt, a handgun, an archery, a muzzleloader, and a shotgun, what are the effective range that was discussed, and share with us a little bit of that detail.
Okay, so in the committee, like I said earlier, we didn't necessarily discuss the shotguns and handguns that we're currently had a definition for in the hams hunt. So we didn't talk a lot about their effective ranges, but we did talk a lot about these restricted definitions, for specifically the archery, muzzleloader, and any weapon. And I think some of the discussion was revolved around, you know, if you restrict a bow, a compound bow, and go to, you know, traditional longbow or that, you're reducing the range significantly, the effective range of that weapon. But the muzzleloader the restrictions we have maybe doesn't reduce the range to the same degree. And so that was part of the reason why the committee recommended to not restrict compound bows from the definition. Another part of it was we talked a lot. We had experts on our committee. They were very knowledgeable. I was super impressed with everybody on the committee and their knowledge of weapons and weapon types and the industries. And we had several members that were way into archery, and we talked about a lot of the market that is out there for traditional archery, that it was pretty small. I think it was 3 to 5% of the market is traditional archery equipment. And so we thought that was restricting maybe participation in it if very few people have that equipment. So that was part of the reason as well. So kind of two reasons for that.
First off, I got to say kudos on this proposal. I mean, I've been asking for a cap and ball hunt for years. And since I started asking for that, I mean, we've like I said before, we've implemented all kinds of hunts. I mean, the hams hunt, we're pretty much chasing elk now from the 1st of August to the 1st of June. Is this going to mean that we're got another hunt coming in the future besides the hams?
No, there's the potential.
I'm hoping.
We're not proposing hunts today, but we wanted to have these tools available for in the future.
Okay. And then the second part of my question is, like I say, the technology thing. If there's stuff that's not quite out yet that's coming, that we really need to get ahead of before it gets here. I mean, it's phenomenal, some of this stuff that you can do. Wow. My question is, that's just looking forward. And I seen on your proposal that there's stuff that you're not looking at now, like the rangefinders and dial-up scopes, the clothes and whatnot. Is there a possibility that the public needs to worry about that in the future, that coming into the spotlight and that starting to be restricted?
I don't know if worry is the correct term. We talked about all those things, and that's why we put them in the proposal, that they were discussed, and we voted as a committee to not currently restrict those. But this committee is an ongoing thing. Like, it's not done. Technology is going to always evolve, and we're always going to have to look at it. So there's always the potential for future discussions on all those topics.
I had a question. So if they do one of these restricted weapon hunts, would there be an exemption for like a crossbow for someone with a disability or that can't pull back a bow? How would that be approached? I know.
I'll have Wendy answer.
Wendy, we tried to.
So I'm going to stand up. I feel kind of weird sitting. With it, there hasn't really been a whole lot of discussion about that. I think we need to reach out to our attorneys to make sure, because I wasn't really asked about the definition, and we want to make sure that it works or not works. So I have been in contact with our attorneys tonight, and they said we do need to have a bigger conversation about this, and I can report back at the board meeting or something, but it's a more complicated than just a simple yes or no right now.
I guess, do we have a direction we want to go as a RAC? I mean, we don't have, we could make any recommendation you want, to group it with the other recommendations and do a bigger package, or take it off piece by piece, like that's kind of what they're doing, just trying to keep the beat down, right? Because of the other, you've got a whole line of technology issues coming, you said, as they get ready, right?
Yes, which we're proposing would be in the April, May rack cycle.
As a bigger package then. Okay. So
Sure.
I guess my thoughts are, we could, if you felt comfortable with this, we could move forward, or if you did not feel comfortable, we could recommend that they bring it back with the bigger package, if that was something the RAC wanted to do.
Yeah, that would be my comment. It feels pretty loose to me right now. I can't really wrap my head around this deal yet. I just don't think we're put together yet to really move forward with a good decision or a good recommendation. I think nothing against the committee and all their work. Maybe we just give it another month or two and tidy it up just a little bit, because I'm still confused. Quite.
Derek, there's no proposed hunts right now on these tables that we need this in place for, correct?
No, there are no hunts currently.
When would it affect the hams hunt, though?
It would affect the hams hunts.
The fall, like this
This coming fall.
23 season, right?
Yes.
You want me to summarize the electronic comments, or are you still taking questions? All right, Joe.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah. Do we have a trend on, I'm not exactly sure, kind of like Richie, what the objective of the restricted weapons? I'm still a little confused. Are we trending success rate and attributing that to technology improvements? Is that what we're trying to kind of eliminate? Again, I'm pretty confused on exactly what we're looking at when it comes to definitions and things that we're pulling out or adding in. And if it's only for hams hunt, can you hunt with a muzzleloader? Can you hunt with a muzzleloader with a scope? I'm pretty confused on where we're at and whether or not this is a trend, or are we trending success rates to technology? Is that what we're looking at here?
I'll try to answer your question. I don't know that we're trying to just add more tools to the toolbox here that we could use in the future that would potentially have lower success rates. I mean, especially with some of these recommendations, success rates would be considerably lower if you restrict weapons in these ways. So yes, but that's not this, I don't know, we're not trying to make people be unsuccessful. We just want to provide more opportunity.
And I think there might have been some confusion, right? That this was going across the board. So like a muzzleloader hunt would now have to follow these rules, and that's not the case. This is just a restricted weapon.
We still have the
definition.
regular definitions for muzzleloaders, rifles. You can still use all those on the regular hunts. This, like I said, there are no hunts that you could use these on right now, other than if they passed for the hams hunts.
And I feel like, again, the hams hunt, that's just one more tool or one more opportunity that the guys that are going to make your point creep go up are going to have an opportunity to hunt and take them out of the point pool, right? And the guys that are passionate about cap and ball or longbows, recurves, like they have a hunt that they can own and say, this is my thing. I've got 10 points. It's going to take me another 5 years to draw this hunt, but I'm willing to risk not killing an animal with the lower success odds and do this hunt. That's the way I see it.
Like a high Uintas wilderness area hunt, something like that.
You might have a hunt by the end of the night, Randall.
So the public comments came in online. Really, this was pretty divided, split. 26% strongly agreed, 21% somewhat agreed, 16% were neutral, 5.3% somewhat disagreed, and then 32% strongly disagreed. There were a lot of different comments. There was a lot of confusion at first when this first came out, that people assumed that all the archery and muzzleloader hunts were going to be restricted to these weapon types. Once that was cleared up, those comments seemed to go away. But there are a lot of concerns about whether or not more technology issues should be addressed at this time, and different things like that. So I won't go into all those details because there were a lot of different comments, but yeah, it was pretty split whether they agreed or disagreed. Some people just didn't want their technology touched, and other people really wanted to restrict it. So anyhow, that's it for the public comments came in online. Yeah. No. So on the comment cards, Tim, did you have any additional comment?
Just what you mentioned, I guess something to get back to us on.
Okay.
If it'll be allowed or not.
Okay, Ray Thomas.
Thank you. Ray Thomas was representing Sportsman Fish and Wildlife. The technology recommendations SFW would like to recommend is restricted archery definition to allow compound bows with 5 fixed pins and no sliders. Was found, I guess they sent you guys a letter earlier today. The reason is the percentage of traditional archers is so small, we feel it will decrease opportunity. As far as the other 9 items found in our letter, those are the recommendations that came out to the technology committee, and for whatever reason, were not presented by the division. So we feel these are no-brainer recommendations to help draw a line in the sand and to curb future technologies that give an unfair advantage. We need to protect our valuable resources and understand that we have plenty of technology already and certainly don't need more. Thank you.
Kevin Adamson.
Kevin Adamson, Utah Archery Association. You would think that as an archery organization, we'd be all over this, in favor of it. Longbows, recurves. Just the opposite. We're strongly opposed to this archery restricted definition. Here's why. We had representation on the technology committee, and I will dare say our representation from the archery is probably one of the most knowledgeable archery people in the state of Utah, if not the United States. This individual served as the president of Hoyt Archery for the past 20 years and strongly opposes this recommendation. As has been stated, less than 3% of the archery hunters use a recurve or a longbow. This will restrict opportunity and limit it. The point that I wanted to get at earlier is by restricting archery, you now have even unrestricted archery, the effective range is less than restricted muzzleloader. Think about that. Restricted archery is going to be less than 30 yards. Now, contrary to belief of many people, I have shot archery for many years. I participated in 2 of the largest archery tournaments in the world, the Indoor World Championships and the Outdoors. I watched recurve and compound shooters shoot. They are not as effective, as compound shooters. And you're going to say, well, great, but the percentage of animals that is going to be wounded will go up significantly. You're going to say people are going to jump out there and they're going to go buy a new weapon type. It is not like that. You tune a longbow and a recurve completely different than you tune a compound bow. You tune the arrow to the bow for a recurve and a compound. You don't do that with a compound. You do that with a recurve. This topic, this whole section of restricted archery makes no sense to Utah Archery Association, and we strongly oppose it. Thank you.
Comments from the RAC.
I just have a comment. I appreciate those comments. So I think in the future, if we try to create restrictive weapons hunts, boy, we're really starting to split hairs. I could see it maybe be invaluable in an urban interface situation, maybe, where you restrict those bows to long bows or recurves, whatever. But I agree, the success rate is already pretty low on archery, muzzleloader, those types of things. So if an individual is an archery hunter and he chooses to use a recurve or a longbow, he chose to make that hunt more difficult. Unlike the disabled folks, they didn't choose to make their hunt more difficult. If a person purposely chooses to make their hunt more difficult, that's on them. I don't think we have to make those exceptions for people that decide to make their own choices, okay, on how they do things. So getting pretty far into the weeds, I think this thing needs cleaned up a bunch and it needs simplified. Thank you.
Thanks, Richie. Maybe I'll just clarify the timelines. If there's other technology coming in the spring, there would not be if one of these hunts was developed and proposed, it would be this meeting next year. And so I think we've got time if we want. I don't think it's time sensitive. And where it's restricting, I mean, this isn't like laser sights and stuff that's getting ahead of us technology-wise. This is going the other way.
Are you ready for a motion, Chairman?
So I have some questions first, please. So I just want some clarification. So if this passed, this is what would be used for the ham hunts, or it's a whole different hunt?
So yes, these would be the definitions used in the hams hunt.
Okay.
And also as tools for potential future hunts.
Okay.
If that makes,
all right.
does that make sense?
Yeah, sorry, I was a little
We just didn't want to have a
confused.
hams definition for a muzzleloader, a restricted weapons definition for a muzzleloader, and a regular definition for a muzzleloader, or the other weapon types as
Okay.
well. So these restricted weapons definitions would be included as the hams definitions,
Okay.
which some of them would stay the same, some of them change slightly, and some of them change a bunch.
Okay,
Like the
because I was thinking maybe like there was the hams hunt, and then these would be more like a traditional hunt. So like the recurve is traditional. So it'd be a whole different thing from the hams hunt. Okay, all right, gotcha. Could we even pass anything if we're waiting for attorneys to get back to you about the crossbows? I mean, would we want to wait on that to know that information?
Keep in mind, we're making recommendations to the Wildlife Board.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I mean, do we even want to make a recommendation until that information is here?
He's very aware of what's going on. I included
Okay.
him, and he likes to just look at the language and see what it entails. If it's a tweak here or there, it's a lot more complicated because of our disabled rule may prevent it or may not. And with it being on the spot type thing, it's hard to look straight into it. So you can make the motion because this is the RAC, but we're definitely already looking into it and seeing if it's, I'm not saying it's not a possibility right now, but I'm not saying it is.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I was just wondering if
yeah. So like I said, you
we
can make,
needed more information before we
yeah,
recommend anything.
so.
Do we have a direction?
I'll make a motion that we do not make any recommendations at this time, and we wait for the April or May RAC and look at the package as a whole.
Make sure I got that right. We're making a recommendation to the Wildlife Board to delay this decision until the remainder of the technology package arrives.
Correct.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Joe?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-1. Is that right? No, do that again, please. All in favor? 6, 7, and 1. Okay. We will move to our last item. CWMU. Chad, how come you're always last?
I don't know. I'm always last, and I feel like I'm always here too. So, yeah, for better or worse, you get to see me again.
Well, you're welcome here, Chad. Good to see you.
Yeah, so I guess I'll just go over maybe some clarifications. In this presentation, I think there was a lot of recommendations, and I just want to make sure that the RAC is clear on that. So most of this is with variance requests. You have requests from CWMUs. We have a CWMU advisory committee. And when we do a variance, that essentially is something that's against the rule that the CWMU advisory committee will hear and make a recommendation. And they make that recommendation regardless of that, where it's against the rule, the DWR's recommendation will be to follow the rule. So there were 3 of those. Jacobs Creek, which they were requesting to extend the elk season for another 30 days to go through November. The CWMU advisory committee recommended that they stay at a 61-day season, but that it shift for October and November. And our recommendation is to strictly follow the rule and not grant that request. Lazy H had a landowner that got convicted of fraud, so we're recommending denial on that one. CWMU advisory committee, so they were asking for some non-contiguous land to be part of their CWMU. And the CWMU advisory committee recommended that be granted. This was before the fraud conviction, so I don't know if their recommendation would have changed or not on that. Lastly, we have Sweetwater, which is it's a CWMU currently. It's got 8,200 acres, so it's under acreage for elk. They were asking to be an elk CWMU. The CWMU advisory committee recommended that they become elk CWMU. And then our recommendation, once again, is just to follow the rule and deny that request. And then just one last one on Grass Valley. They had a complaint come before them, and as part of the CWMU advisory committee, they recommended that they have one of their private permits turn to a public hunter for the first year. And the division's recommendation is for that to continue just as it was, that wouldn't switch. I guess with that, I'd take any questions if you need any more clarifications.
On the one that was the acreage one, it's 10,000, right?
Yeah, 10,000.
They're asking for a variance, 1,800 acres below.
About, yeah. And so to give a little bit of background on that, part of the circumstances surrounding there was that there wasn't any other private land to be added to it. It's down in southern Utah, kind of by Escalante. So that was one of the considerations by the CWMU.
And I know you're not recommending it, but if you did that, you really set a precedent. There's probably a lot of smaller pieces that would like the same treatment, right?
Yeah, and we hear a lot of variance requests. I just brought the ones that were recommended because the CWMUs that were recommended denial didn't want to further pursue it. So that advisory committee does hear quite a few that are under acreage, and to be honest, most of them, they do say no,
But you're recommending not approving that.
Right, yeah, just because that's following the rule.
Could I ask a question about that CWMU? Because they contacted me and they said they have every piece of private continuous ground, including quarter to corner, that is possible. Is that like a situation that's common that you run into where you wouldn't do a variance? I mean, is it?
It's not, and it probably depends on the part of the state, right? In the northern region, there's a lot more private land up in the north half of the state. So it seems like there's usually some connections there that they could get to 10,000. A little more southeastern, you don't have quite as much private land. So at times we do run into that.
And you haven't done a variance for any of those situations?
No, we have,
Okay.
we have CWMU statewide right now that are under acreage.
Okay.
It's been, I think, quite some time since we've granted one of those, but yeah, there are a handful.
I mean, if they, due to their limitations, would they have enough elk to have those permits they're requesting?
Yeah, so that was part of the discussion and part of the recommendation package is that we are actually split on that. Our recommendation was that they get a total of 3, and that comes from the local biologist, that they get 2 private tags and 1 public tag. They're actually asking for 4, 3 private and 1 public. So
And you're recommending if it passes, that would be a maximum of 3?
yeah, and that's
Okay.
with it being under acreage and a new elk CWMU. We feel like there probably, if this was granted, that there would probably be enough to have a hunt. But we would be really nervous to go with 4. We'd much rather start at 3 and
Sure.
and then see how it goes.
Okay.
And that was part of the CWMU Advisory Committee's recommendation was that the biologists closely monitor permit numbers on that too. So yeah, we feel really strongly on if it was granted that it be at that lower permit number.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question too, kind of following up on what Natasha asked. I think the operator reached out to probably all the RAC members in the state, maybe most of them. And I mean, I had a pretty sincere conversation with the operator, Mr. Jenkins, and I think he felt like there's an investment the DWR is making already on depredation, both like fall and spring with the elk. And he made a pretty good case for the variance request for the under acres. And I just was wondering, like, is it just because of the rule, or if there's been exceptions before, is there like a specific reason they wouldn't give you a variance?
So like I said, we haven't done, I don't know the last time that we granted an under acreage one, but it gets really tricky for us as a government agency to pick winners and losers as far as that goes. So that is why the CWMU Advisory Committee has been tasked to hear those variances and make a recommendation. But yeah, for us, we just want to be in a position where we provided information to the CWMU Advisory Committee like that, yeah, we think if there was an elk hunt there, that there could be some elk harvested. But it didn't follow the rule. So yeah, does that answer it fully?
Yeah, yeah, I guess, yeah.
So the under acreage ones that you said there's several, they have other options, right? LOAs, stuff like that.
Not necessarily, because CWMU, we have CWMUs on limited entry units, but we have a lot that are not.
Oh, I
So,
see.
so yeah, it's something where the CWMU Advisory Committee can really, they hear from the division, they hear from the landowner, the operator, all those sides, and they consider, I guess, the totality that the circumstances, and then make a recommendation to the Wildlife Board.
Okay.
Chad, so why is the advisory committee, the CWMU Advisory Committee, why are they recommending this be approved for a variance?
I think just after listening to the biologist comments and the operator's comments, in rule, it states, if you have a variance, you make that request by February 1st and have it heard by them, and then they make recommendations to the board. So they felt like that it could be an elk CWMU, I guess, in short.
Okay, so the landowner or landowners, why are they requesting it? Are they receiving depredation from elk significant that they feel like they should be able to hunt them?
There are elk there.
What's the biologist's take in that area as far as The biologist obviously recommended the variance. Why did the biologist recommend
Yeah,
it?
so to be clear, so it's kind of a fine line here. So he didn't recommend the variance, but when asked, he said it could support a hunt. So a little bit different. We never take the stance of recommending the variance, but we try to provide information and the data that we have, and he felt like it specifically for the next fall that it could support 3 bull elk.
Okay, so there's a substantial elk there if it can support a hunt on that 8,000 acres.
Yeah, that's what the biologist felt, yeah.
Okay, so there's substantial depredation.
Yeah, and there's elk there. I don't know if we made payments or not, if they requested that. I don't know those details off the top of my head, but yes, there's elk in those fields depredating.
This is probably a dumb question. I apologize, but can they hunt elk there now currently? Is it in a limited entry unit in this case?
That one I am pretty for sure is in a limited entry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a limited entry. So they could do trespass to people who got a tag, but yeah, it's a little bit limited, I guess. Their options.
So what other means would you propose to mitigate the depredation?
Through our other depredation programs. So a lot of times I'm quite certain on this one that we've given cow elk mitigation tags for them to help with that. We can look at payment, herding, hazing, just any of our other tools that we have.
There were no online comments came in on this one.
There is the percentages, but no specific text or comment that came in. So I can go over that if you want. It's 33% strongly agreed with the proposal, 22% somewhat agreed, 33% were neutral, 0 were somewhat disagreeable, and then 11% strongly disagreed. So yeah, no specific comments.
Well, I think the DWR's backed themselves into a corner a bit. So I don't think you have no choice but to recommend what you're recommending, because you've taken a lot of tools off the table through other rule changes. So you get what you get. That hunt could probably sustain a CWMU for elk, and it would probably be a good deal, probably help mitigate the depredation. But that's kind of off the table, isn't it? To be consistent.
It's not. The RAC can make whatever recommendation that they want. They know that as the RAC, you know that the CWMU Advisory Committee heard this recommendation or this case. You can make that recommendation to the board. The board can recommend that it be granted that variance. In rule, it says that you can get a variance. So it's not against the rule to get a variance. As the division, we recommend strictly to the rule.
I know about some other variances too, but, okay, so on the CWMUs, I'm confused. So the acreage is 5,000 for deer, correct? 10,000 for elk.
Yes.
And if they don't meet that acreage, and you want them to be a CWMU, you just pull in other acreage from public.
No. The base acreage has to be private.
But you've got CWMUs that are not 5,000 acres that are deer CWMUs that are not 5,000 private. They incorporate public land to meet the 5,000.
There's 2 of those in the state, yeah. And those happened a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I think we did things a little bit different then. And we have a clause that once a variance is granted that they don't have to continue to ask for that variance. But both of those that are with public land in them, state law requires that we look at every CWMU with public land every 5 years. And every 3 years, we're going to bring those back just when they renew. So those will be scrutinized. And there was one during this presentation, right? TL Bar. And And so that ability for RACs and boards to scrutinize those is there.
Yeah, I just think it's an unfortunate deal because these CWMUs are going to have to be scrutinized. They're probably good CWMUs. They're probably a benefit, but they're not going to meet the rules. And it sounds like variances are kind of over.
I would say that's up to RACs and boards of whether they're over. We make our recommendations, RACs make their recommendations, the board makes their decision. So I guess I don't see it that way, Richie. I see that there's an ability there. If there was strong support from all the RACs, I think the likelihood of the board adopting it would be a lot higher. We're presenting it with our recommendation, and it's a choice that you guys have to make what the recommendations that you will, and the board has opportunity to make their decision as well.
Chad, can I ask you just a quick question? How did the Southern RAC feel about it? I didn't get a chance to watch.
Yeah,
that one.
they voted in support of the variance.
Oh, did they?
Yep.
Was that the northern?
Southern.
Southern.
And that's where that CWMU is located, is in the
Southern.
southern region, yeah.
How'd they go on it?
I think all the rest of them voted for the division's recommendations. And that's why I wanted to clarify this at the very beginning, is to make sure that everybody understood what our recommendation was, specifically on these variances, to make sure that they knew if they vote for our recommendations, they're voting against all the variances.
Does anyone want to make a recommendation or a motion?
I'm a little torn because like they can't obtain any more private land in that area. But I would say like if they could obtain more private land, then a variance wouldn't really be an option. I don't know.
And maybe I've already said too much in this, maybe we're past the question part, but that's generally the take that the CWMU Advisory Committee has, is that's a strong consideration that they take in, is if there's the ability to add more private land. I think on every one of those cases, they said, go convince your neighbors, go find the additional acreage.
Yeah. Hard. I don't know.
You got it. Yeah. What's that motion you're ready to go with?
I don't know. Okay. I make a motion to accept the proposal with the variation that, is it Sweetwater? What is it called? Oh yeah, Sweetwater. Be allowed to have their variance, but with a maximum of 3 outtakes.
You got that?
I second that.
The motion was to accept the division's proposal with the exception of the Sweetwater CWMU, where we recommend the variance be accepted, but the tags remain at 3.
That was the biologist's recommendation, correct?
Correct. Do we have a second?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Joe?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 8-0. Were you about to make a motion to adjourn, Joe, while you're live on there? He's gone already. Yeah.
I
Make
make the
that.
motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn and a second. All in favor? 8-4. Thank you for all your work, RAC. Thank you.